Zion Connection Production Narrative. Thank you very much. Thanks for attending today's lecture with the document entitled Obstacles in the Way. Author Reuben Eyes, Narrator Zira English. Table of Contents, Introduction, Acknowledgement, Chapter 1 Satan, Chapter 2 Babylon, Chapter 3 Secret Societies, Chapter 4 Political Babylon, Chapter 5 Ecclesiastical Babylon, Chapter 6 Lifestyle, Chapter 7 Media, Chapter 8 Technology, Chapter 9 Vatican, Chapter 10 Bible. Introduction. The object of the document is to align the vision of this fabricated system and the doctrine of Jesus Christ. The alignment is to provide transparency to the activating of sound conduct in goodness and righteousness. Some people are not fully aware of the condition of the world they are living in, which is governed by the elite society. The document is to illustrate the fact that people in the system we are living in do not understand the system for the values, principles, and morals. The illustration proved that human beings are the product in the system, and the items manufactured are the items for the product. The document provide assistance to the effect of illustrating examples of the factors that the system serves as necessities, how to discover them, and how one must manage oneself to suit the occasion of winning the fight in principle to assume approval and maintain approval by grace. Acknowledgement. Obstacles in the way is suggested towards the edifying of people to the facts of the system they are living in, to bring about awareness to the worldly attachments which serves as obstacles in our way, and the method of conduct to rise above the occasion of the worldly lifestyle. Some people are not aware of the circumstances that the evil forces got them into, as the deceptions are well disguised to enhance and entice the activity of misconduct. Chapter 1. Satan. With reference to the subject title of this document, Obstacles in the Way, the human race's biggest obstacle is Satan. The reason for that fact is that Satan did seek occasion against the human race in the Garden of Eden, by deceiving Adam and Eve, encouraging them in doubting God's word and eating the fruit, this action having the human race under his control, to use man to configure God's word and works. As the culture of lifestyle is evident towards that statement, he is also using man in an attempt to win the throne. In a technical way, if wasn't for Satan's intrusion, the human race would still be in a state of perfection. Genesis 1 verse 26, And God said, Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. That is what perfection is about, perfect to the extent to manage God's creation. The example Adam and Eve illustrated from their disobedient action, have a couple lessons attached to it. First lesson is to fear God and obey His commandments. Genesis 2 verse 17, But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest thereof thou shalt surely die. Which make life easy from this point of view, as their disobedient action display how sin separate us from God. Take note that Adam hid himself from God, knowing what he did. Genesis 3 verse 8, And they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and Adam and his wife hid from the presence of the Lord God amongst the trees of the garden. The second lesson is the corruption and destruction sin can cooperate. This corruption and destruction is evident up to this day, as in Adam and the human race having to toil for their bread. Genesis 3 verse 17, And unto Adam he said, Because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree, of which I commanded thee, saying, Thou shalt not eat of it, cursed is the ground for thy sake, in sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life, experience death, and the woman to have pain in childbirth. Genesis 3 verse 16. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception, in sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. If wasn't for that sin action, we would be living in bliss. The above clearly states that Satan had motives. Genesis 1 verse 26, and God said, Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. The motives are to discredit the image of God and have control of the earth, also the human race for his further intention, as in having the human race aid and assist in the way he is providing for himself to escape the judgment of the lake of fire. Technology might appear to be benefiting the human race, but it is set in an attempt to make the situation better for Satan and his demons. The example with Adam and Eve sinning should teach us what and how important it is for us to be obedient, and the privilege Jesus Christ set up for us to obtain forgiveness, as sinners under grace, is a very important system we have to take advantage of. With the distractions set in numerous aspects, have people programmed to its nature and motive, Satan is working towards his mission with two options: 1. To escape the judgment, and 2. In the event that his action to escape the judgment does not work according to his will, he will be carrying some people to the lake of fire. With his evil state of mind, he is contenting himself that he is carrying the image of God to the lake of fire. Satan is well attributed, to the extent that he cannot give life, and he cannot create living creatures and things. Satan knows that of himself, it is possible, he did bear witness to creative acts of God, and in so doing and acknowledging God's work, started doubting God for who he is. Satan was obedient in the beginning of his creation, until sin entered, which is him doubting God's words and work. This act of Satan doubting God's word and works, gave way for self-righteousness to enter into him. He, after a certain time, was not believing in the reality of God's creative acts, hence the innovation of his idea of evolution. As he sees it, things evolved, and thereby dismissing God's claim of being the creator, coming about his own philosophy, even viewing himself as a being evolved and not created by God. Satan was created a cherub, and termed as the anointed cherub in Ezekiel 28 verse 14. Verse 14, Thou art the anointed cherub that covereth, and I have set thee so. Thou wast upon the holy mountain of God, thou hast walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire. Satan was named Lucifer at his creation. Lucifer is the title name towards his cherub profile, and Satan is not really a name but a title towards his disobedient character. Compatible to this is the title devil. Devil is not a name, it is a title towards his disobedient character. He was superior to the other angels, and had the privilege to be in the mountain of God. Definitely, he was close to the throne. He was not permitted to sit in the throne, but his authority was well established in being the most prominent among the angelic host. He was in charge of the angelic host. He is so well attributed that he thinks that he should be sitting in the throne, because through the logics of evolution, he analyzed that God is not the creator of his creation, and started conspiring against God to sit in the throne. Lucifer had an outstanding profile. He was perfect in beauty, he was excellent in wisdom, his profile made him influential among the angels, and in that way he got respect and favors from some of them, to aid and assist in his conspiracy to take the throne. This led to the casting of lots or voting against God, to dismiss God from the throne, which act made them lost their first estate, that is all that they had owned. There was an interview, where a demon admitted that Satan lied to them, telling them that he is the Almighty. The interviewer asked, "Why don't you all ask for forgiveness?" The demon replied, that they have no forgiveness. It is a most likely thing, which Satan conducted selling of rights, which is, they're the 1/3 angels selling their rights to him, inciting and procrastinating that Satan is the Almighty. It is also likely that they blaspheme the Holy Spirit. For the blaspheming the Holy Spirit there is no forgiveness, that is the only sin among sins, that there is no forgiveness for. The casting of lots by Satan and the 1/3 angels, can be likened to a political campaign. In my opinion, Satan started this selling of rights in heaven, along with occult practices. With reference to the interview with the demon admitted that heaven is a nice place. In a regrettable tone of voice, the demon said that in heaven, they did not know what a fire was. Judging from that statement, the angels was not knowledgeable about a couple of things, and Satan took advantage of them. With reference to his knowledge in doing magic and enchantments, his interest was to remove God from the throne, and the only way was to vote God out. The acts of Spiritism was not eliminating God. There are different angels, such as seraphim. Seraphims have 6 wings, 2 to cover their faces, 2 to cover their feet, and 2 wings for flight. Also seraphims have hands. Cherubim have multiple faces, with a human form in profile and human hands and 4 wings, of which 2 are for covering their bodies, and have wheels accompanying them, also having legs with calf feet. Archangels. Not enough is said in the scriptures to give a detailed description, except for Michael, who is mentioned in the book of Daniel. Satan thinks that creation evolved, so in that case nobody is responsible for creation, or either is the owner of it. That is why on earth, evolution is a doctrine and subject highlighted and believed by some. As a matter of fact, Satan brought Ahi's idea of creation and life on earth, which still represent his sinful character. List of some of the names of the fallen angels as made possible. Azazel was bound and imprisoned by angels in the desert, in a place called Dudale until Judgment Day. The crimes he committed was lusting after mortal women, teaching witchcraft, and revealing secrets, along with providing knowledge of manufacturing makeup. Abaddon, fallen angel of death whose name means to destroy. Abazathibu, one-winged Red Sea fallen angel. Alisan, fallen angel who is a duke in hell. Amdusias, name of the fallen angel who appears as a unicorn. Amun, fallen angel who is a strong marquis over 40 legions. Amy, name of a fallen angel who is a president in hell. Andars, fallen angel marquis and appears raven-headed. Andre Alphas, fallen angel who can transform humans into birds. Andromalius, fallen angel who appears as a man holding a serpent. Apollyon, fallen angel of death, same as Abaddon. Armoros, fallen angel who teaches the resolving of enchantments. Asmodee, fallen angel king with 3 heads, a bull, a ram, and a man. Asmodeus, one of the evilest of fallen angels, being an archdemon. Astaroth, fallen angel who is a grand duke in hell. Azael, evil, fallen angel who cohabited with women. Azazel, fallen angel whose name means God strengthens. Azah, fallen angel whose name means the strong. Baal, fallen angel whose name means the Lord. Balaam, fallen angel who looks like Asmodee with a serpent tail. Balberith, fallen angel who is a grand pontiff in hell. Barakajal, fallen angel who teaches astrology. Barbados, fallen angel who is a great count, earl, and duke of hell. Bathan, pale horse-riding fallen angel. Beelzebub, fallen angel known as the prince of demons. Behemoth, fallen angel who is the demon of the deep. Belet, fallen angel who is a terrible king over 85 legions. Belial, deceptively beautiful fallen angel whose name means without worth. Belphegor, fallen angel whose name means Lord of Opening. Berith, fallen angel. Bernail, fallen angel of darkness and evil. Bifrons, fallen angel that appears monstrous and teaches mathematical arts. Botus, fallen angel who appears as a viper. Buer, fallen angel who teaches philosophy, logic, and ethics. Bune, fallen angel who appears as a dragon with 3 heads. Came, fallen angel who appears as a thrush or man with a sword. Dantanian, fallen angel who appears as a man with many faces. Decarabia, fallen angel who appears as a star in a pentacle. Elijah, fallen angel who appears as a good knight with lance. Anapsagus, fallen angel who appears in the shape of woman. Floros, fallen angel who appears as a leopard. Focalar, fallen angel who appears as a man with griffin wings. Forcas, fallen angel who teaches logic and ethics. Forneus, fallen angel Marquis who appears as a sea monster. Furcas, fallen angel who appears as a cruel man with long beard. Furfur, fallen angel who appears as a heart with a fiery tail. Gadriel, fallen angel whose name means God is my helper. Gamagan, fallen angel who appears as a small horse. Glacialabalas, fallen angel who appears as a winged dog. Gomeri, fallen angel who appears as a camel-riding woman of beauty. Gajan, fallen angel who can discern the past, present, or future. Haganti, fallen angel who appears as a bull with griffin wings. Halpas, fallen angel who appears as a stork. Imamia, fallen angel who governs voyages. Ipos, fallen angel who appears as an angel with a lion's head. Kokabil, fallen angel whose name means star of God. Kunopigos, fallen angel who appears as a seahorse and sinks ships. Lahash, fallen angel who interferes with divine will. Larija, fallen angel who appears as an archer in green. Leviathan, fallen angel associated with the deep seas. Lilith, female angel who searches for children to kidnap or kill. Lix Tetrax, fallen angel of the wind. Lucifer, whose name means bearer of light. Malpus, fallen angel who appears as a crow. Marbus, fallen angel who appears as a lion. Marchosius, fallen angel who appears as a she-wolf with griffin wings. Mastema, fallen angel whose name means hostility. Mephistopheles, fallen angel, name means he who loves not the light. Morux, fallen angel who appears as a bull. Nama, fallen angel of prostitution whose name means pleasing. Nabrius, fallen angel who appears as a crowing cock. Obazouth, fallen angel female who kills newborns and cause stillbirths. Onoskelis, female fallen angel who lives in caves and perverts men. Orias, fallen angel who appears as a lion with serpent's tail. Ornias, fallen angel who is annoying and can shapeshift. Orobas, fallen angel who appears as a horse. Os, fallen angel who appears as a leopard and is a president in hell. Paimon, fallen angel who appears as a crowned man on a camel. Pinmul, fallen angel who corrupts mankind through writing. Farzub, fallen angel of fornication and lust. Phoenix, fallen angel who appears as a phoenix bird. Prasil, fallen angel who can speak of hidden and secret things. Para, fallen angel of forgetfulness and the conjuring of the dead. Person, fallen angel who appears as a lion-headed man on a bear. Kemuel, fallen angel who was destroyed by God. Rahab, fallen angel of pride whose name means violence. Ram, fallen angel who appears as a crow. Renob, fallen angel who is a monster who teaches rhetoric and art. Ruux, headache fallen angel. Sabnak, fallen angel who appears as a soldier with lion's head. Salios, fallen angel who appears as a soldier on a crocodile. Samael, evil fallen angel whose name means the blind god. Satan, fallen angel whose name means adversary. Sierra, fallen angel who appears as a man on a winged horse. Semiaza, fallen angel leader and one of the sons of God. Shax, fallen angel who appears as a stork, stealer of money. Salas, fallen angel who appears as a raven and teaches astronomy. Sorath, fallen angel to some whose number is 666. Ua, fallen angel whose name means strength. Valak, fallen angel who appears as a small boy with wings on a dragon. Valafor, fallen angel who appears as a many-headed lion. Vapula, fallen angel who is skilled in handicrafts, science, and philosophy. Vasago, fallen angel who discovers all things lost or hidden. Vipar, angel who appears as a mermaid. Vine, angel, and appears as a lion sitting on a black horse. Vul, angel who appears as a huge camel. Wormwood, angel who brings plagues upon the earth. Zaphan, angel who fires the fires of hell. Zagan, angel who can transform things, looks like a bull with wings. Zapar, angel who makes women love men. As mentioned before, these are some of the names of the fallen angels. Take note that there are names of fallen angels that have the name of idols, which are worshipped, such as Baal and Astaroth, to clarify the point that Satan transformed his angels as angels of light to deceive many. The denominations that are idol-orientated are therefore demonically controlled. Look also at their attributes, and that would give reason why the earth is in the condition that it is in. With the creation of the human race, the issue is with the human race. Reason for Satan deceiving Adam and Eve, to use the human race for a lot of reasons, all leading to getting the throne and escaping the lake of fire judgment. With this action Satan took, he is going to structure Babylon, a place, in principle, that have a lifestyle of rebellion against God, and the human race have a lot to do with that Babylon system, as being partakers of the system, in diverse ways. The method that Satan used to deceive Adam and Eve, is the same method he is using to deceive the human race. Which method is lies. We have to condition and program ourselves to be obedient. To be obedient, we have to show interest and have courage. That is why Jesus Christ said his commandments are not a burden, and his doctrine of grace is for those who believe. which is the doctrine found in the New Testament from Matthew to Revelation. Which is quite true. His instructions are simple things to do. The only aspect of the approval of individuals that is challenging is the fire aspect done by baptism of Jesus Christ, which would entail trying times. In some way or another, every person elected for entrance to the kingdom have to go through this process, and this is actually being obedient with compromising with the instruction of John the Baptist, when he said, "Ye shall be baptized with the Holy Spirit and fire." The fire aspect is the trying times aspect. Being obedient have a lot to do with the perfection of man, as man was created as subjected to God, due to the God gene placed in man at his creation. The God gene is in everybody, in the righteous, and in the wicked, which depends on individuals' conduct to enhance its purpose, an outward illustration of goodness and righteousness. Man was created to do what God said to do. That is how simple it is. The God gene have a lot to do with that, as it come like a chip in man, to have man motivate in goodness and righteousness. Hence the reason to be reading attentively and comprehensively, to fulfill the scriptures, as in blessed is the man who can read and understand. When a person read and do not understand, that person would act with self-righteousness, acting and conducting according to what he or she know. Stress is placed upon the type of fellowship that are conducted by assemblies in this present time, where there are instructions not being followed at all, or deliberately ignored. For example, the Lord's Prayer, which is not said a lot of times in fellowship in the assemblies, and that is a prayer designed to cover people every day, when said. Especially the part of the prayer that give people the privilege to ask for forgiveness before sinning. People have to understand what that privilege means, and when people understand what the repentance privilege is about, people would understand why Jesus Christ made the sacrifice. See what Jesus Christ did for us? With that part of the Lord's Prayer, He already put a system in place, so that we can ask for forgiveness before any sinning is done. Look at it good. Jesus Christ didn't have to get into our sin affair. He didn't commit any sin, but took it upon himself to free us from eternal damnation. The fallen angels are very jealous of the human race salvation. As God manifested himself in flesh to save us, they asked for forgiveness and got none, which happened when Satan asked Enoch to write a petition to God. On that occasion there was no answer from God, which is the kind of trouble they are in. Jesus Christ knows that we can sin anytime, because Adam and Eve contributed towards our conduct before we were born. Jesus Christ understands the condition we are in, so he gave us the Lord's Prayer, to repent before the act is done. That is how interested he is in us, because after that prayer if we sin, and asking for forgiveness, is repenting. The repentance action is what Jesus Christ is looking out for. That act of repentance is what the order of grace gives, forgiveness unto eternal life. So Jesus Christ sacrificed himself to bring grace in effect. That is how he is our friend, gave his life for his friend. According to Jesus Christ, his works is for those who believe, and he said it is not his will for any to perish. For the people who have a busy schedule, where time is the essence, the Lord's Prayer is suited for that occasion as well, because Satan organized this present system on a fast track, so as to take away rights of worshipping and considering God. There are people who place a lot of emphasis on electricity and water bills as a priority. The economic and commercial system is set to keep people distracted. For example, cell phones, with the applications and activities associated with it, have people distracted and occupied. At the same time, people are being programmed, not even conscious of the fact, but enjoying it. For the people who are not acquainted with the Lord's Prayer, it is as follows. Matthew 6 verse 9 to 13. After this manner therefore pray you, Our Father who art in heaven. Hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Your will be done on earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all that is evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. See for yourselves, a few simple words that mean a lot, covering you for the day, especially the part that ask for forgiveness, and instruct to forgive those who trespass against you. With Satan as the human race main obstacle, we have to be on the alert, as he is crafty. Satan would not set up a system altogether to identify himself, but would act with deception or trick people into sinning, like how he deceived the 1/3 angels in heaven. This act is happening a lot through business, the attachment, extortion. Extortioners would not enter into the kingdom, so with that activity, Satan has caught a few people already, as some people are guilty of this extortion action, so the system we live in is a net or web, that is designed to destroy people through conduct, as that what life is about, principality, which is related to conduct in goodness and righteousness, and the system is set to counteract people getting approved by grace. Even in the contents of the law, which is found from Genesis to Malachi, we can see that God exercises mercy, to clarify and confirm the fact that the mercy of the Lord endureth forever. This fact is seen in the instant with Abraham and Sarah, when both of them lapse in unbelief, in compromising with Sarah's idea for Abraham to go in unto Hagar to have a child, when God had already told them that Sarah would bring forth a child. God's mercy still show forth when Sarah was with child in her old age, and this is something we have to be careful with, waiting on God. Sometimes when we are waiting on God for a promise to fulfill, it might take, according to our human timing, a long time. During these kind of experiences, Satan like to take advantage, to the effect in putting people in doubt of the promise or God word, and encouraging them to act on their own, to make a mistake or mistakes. It is compatible to the extent when believers have to experience long suffering. Satan like to take advantage of such trying times to defer people from the will of God. So, these are some of the actions that we have to be careful with, and as said, be on the alert. On this note, this is what I meant by being on the alert, knowing of the requirements. The only way to know of the requirements, is to read the scriptures for yourselves, from Genesis to Revelation, the entirety of the scriptures, asking God in Jesus Christ's name to give you the understanding. Jesus Christ spoke of this when he said, "Ask for wisdom and it would be given unto you." Along with that, Jesus Christ said, when he ascends, the Holy Spirit would descend to enlighten you in all things. With that system, we as believers have all in our favor. The Bible is edited a lot in this present time, where expressions, illustrations, and definitions are configured, and some in hideous and crafty ways. This is done and represents an obstacle in man's way, in my opinion, to avoid people from getting to the point of approval, which is 30% righteous. Jesus Christ said in giving out rewards, he would give 30 folds, 60 folds, and 100 folds. The reason for people getting 30 folds, is because they are 30% righteous. Likewise, people getting 60 folds, they are 60% righteous, and people getting 100 folds are 100% righteous. This is what Jesus Christ's sacrifice did for us, and the present Babylon system is set to deprive people of their salvation, which is set from 30%. Satan knows that he is fighting a losing battle, so he is settling to capture souls to carry them to hell with him. He is jealous of the human race salvation. He is a sinner having no forgiveness. The subject of grace is not spoken enough. That is evident as people cannot give an expressive account of the order of grace. At the same time, this subject of grace should be our most important daily conversation, as it is the order of conduct that is saving us. As the scriptures say, we ought to live in the world, but not to be part of it, which is how simple living the life is, living a life of belief and not doubting the word of God. Satan already knows he is fighting a losing battle, and can afford to do the things he is doing, because even if he is not doing the things he is doing, he and his angels are still going to the lake of fire. Their position is so disastrous. That is one reason why Satan wanted to kill Jesus Christ when he was a child, to prevent grace from coming into effect, in other words salvation to the human race, salvation equal to living eternally in bliss, and to avoid the lake of fire judgment. Well, around this time he knows he is out of the game, and only a matter of time to enter into the lake of fire. It is a big sacrifice Jesus Christ conducted, by implementing righteousness from 30%, whereas the law, which demands righteousness, implements righteousness at 100%. That is why Jesus Christ made the graceful sacrifice. The terms and conditions of the law have already condemned the human race to death. Under the law nobody will survive. People have to be 100% righteous all the time according to the law. That is how easy Jesus Christ made it for us all, and we have to make it easy for ourselves, by believing and living gracefully, which give us the right, through Jesus Christ's sacrifice, to obtain righteousness apart from the law. The law cannot condemn a person who have obtained righteousness by grace, because the person obtaining righteousness by grace didn't obtain that righteousness being under the law. Romans chapter 3 verse 20 to 21. Verse 20, Therefore by the deeds of the law, there shall no flesh be justified in his sight, for by the law is the knowledge of sin. Verse 21, But now the righteousness of God without the law is manifested, being witnessed by the law and the prophets. Another dangerous obstacle in the human race path is the false image of Jesus Christ, which is purposely displayed for obvious reasons. Satan through this crafty action is getting praises. The white photo presently displayed illustrating Jesus Christ is an Italian named Cesare Borgia. Cesare Borgia's father was Pope Alexander VI in 1471. His father made it possible for him to be a bishop at the age of 15 years, and he was made a cardinal at the age of 18. Cesare Borgia inherited his brother's title, wealth. His brother Giovanni Borgia's body was found in the river Tiber. It was suspected that Cesare Borgia murdered his brother. The fact of the matter is, Cesare and Giovanni shared the same mistress, Sancha. She was the wife of their third brother Geoffrey Borgia. Cesare had and fathered 11 illegitimate children. Cesare Borgia also had sex with his sister. Pope Alexander VI instructed that paintings of Jesus Christ should be the profile of his son Cesare Borgia. The painting were done by Leonardo da Vinci. These paintings made the way for Cesare Borgia to be respected as Jesus Christ, with the nature of the profile of them. Along with that, there are denominations that enhance the Cesare Borgia photo, and how they present it to the public. The administrators of the denominations that do so are compromises to the deception. because this acknowledgement of Caesar Borgia is in the history books, and it is ignored. Satan definitely is using this Caesar Borgia photo and profile to get the praises, as people are praying to the wrong Jesus Christ. People have to bear in mind that Satan fabricated this system to make and keep people as sinners. In that way he will be carrying people to hell with him. He is in great wrath. Again come like the man in jail waiting to be hanged. Anyone anticipating such an happening would be uncomfortable, knowing that in a few days death is imminent. That is how agitated Satan is. Creating this system is the perfect option for him in his attempt to win the throne, and escape the lake of fire judgment. From the theory of Caesar Borgia, we can see how the deception is working. Regardless of denomination, Caesar Borgia photo is displayed. With denominations, Satan have divided the people to rule them, and in so doing deceiving. With all these sinful acts on earth, Satan is trying at the same time to mock God. By provoking him with the worldly system, he is playing it both ways, with people and God, hoping to obtain a loophole where he can have the access to technically win the throne. He wants God to make a wrong move to accuse him as a sinner. It is about the throne. Chapter 2. Babylon. Babylon is the world system that Satan created to counteract the way of the Lord, with a disobedient lifestyle and principle, also to deceive people with a fabricated system based on lies, a system that appear to be gold, but is not gold. The reason for the creation of this system is to manipulate people in misconducting towards being disobedient. The initial reward, the lake of fire, also to use the human race to destroy the earth. Destroying the earth is a very important project for Satan, as it involves the configuring of God's word, which would eliminate the lake of fire judgment, as the lake of fire judgment is on earth, in his attempt to configure the word of God, to win the throne. The logic is that God is the Word, John chapter 1 verse 14. And the Word was made flesh, and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory, the glory as of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. From the description of that verse, it is clear that Jesus Christ is the Word incarnate in flesh. That is the point I am making about Satan wanting to destroy the Word. Seeing that Jesus Christ conquered death, Satan have to try other methods of destruction to configure the Word, because he cannot destroy the Word. Babylon was created by him to do so, via the commercial and economic system, which will be discussed later on. To understand Babylon, we have to source the nature of it, as in the meaning of the word Babylon. According to the metaphysical definition, Babylon means confusion, and the metaphysical meaning is descriptive to the present illustration. As one can see that it is evident, the system is of confusion. Babylon started with the construction of the Tower of Babel, which is significant to being the gateway to heaven, as was the purpose of its construction. Babylon geographic location is in ancient Mesopotamia, which is present-day Iraq. The name is derived from the Akkadian language meaning gate of God, so Satan in that time was using man to create a way to get to heaven. Babylon was ruled by the Amorite king Hammurabi, who was the sixth king in the lineage of rulers, with the Hammurabi Code. The Hammurabi Code comprises of 282 rules, given to commercial and political activity, the terms and conditions of justice and also fines, that resembles our present modern-day system. In principle, our modern-day system has its roots connected in some way or another to the Hammurabi Code. The descriptions certify that. With the Hammurabi Code in effect, made Babylon prominent among nations of that time. Babylon is Satan's illustration of his idea of conduct, which would represent evil, Babylon is one of Satan's best format of deceiving people, as it has a lot of attachments to distract people from the way of the Lord. It is so well designed that people take it for granted, and are lost in a fabricated system, a system I term as a realistic illusion, things that look real, but is not real, hence the reason or one of the reasons, Satan misconducts Adam and Eve, knowing what his intentions are, towards creating a financial system, to give people the impression that life is about money, and money would save your life. Money does a lot, but does not everything, especially providing eternal life. The evil about Satan is, he is tampering and corrupting the image of God, which is man, as God created Adam in his own image. It is an insult, which serves as a way for Satan to use the human race for his purposes. When you view the scriptures properly, it is confirmed that the principalities of this world is opposite to conduct in goodness and righteousness, and Satan is very determined to establish his ideas of evil. The culture of the human race is assisting in Satan's venture to configure God's word. Due to the financial system, Satan is getting a lot of favors from it, in diverse ways through economics and commerce, and some people put the worldly lifestyle first, as they are going for the money. Going for the money is one of the main attachments of the fast track. Some people label success as having a house and car. Those two things mean a lot, and how the human race was created. A lot of attachments in this present system is unnecessary. Cars and other vehicles contribute a lot to global warming, with respect to the exhaust system, and the method of obtaining fuel. 2 Peter 2 verse 19, while they promise them liberty, they themselves are the servants of corruption, for of whom a man is overcome, of the same is he brought in bondage. Romans 8 verse 21. Because the creation of itself also shall be delivered from the bondage of corruption into the glorious liberty of the children of God. With this verse, the word creation is edited to the word creature in some editions. Especially with what is written in Romans 8 verse 21, give reason why God said that there would be a new heaven and a new earth. Isaiah 66 verse 22. For as the new heavens and the new earth, which I will make, shall remain before me, saith the Lord, so your seed and your name shall remain. 2 Peter 3 verse 13. Nevertheless we, according to his promise, look for new heavens and a new earth, wherein dwelleth righteousness. The corruption of the heaven and the earth is confirmed with those biblical references. Babylon has its present-day system, culminating with the attachments of nations, which uphold the culture of Babylon ideology, where people are deceived and engrafted with the concept that their culture is of a particular conduct, which in some way or another is not in alignment with the instructions of God. There are festive feasts that depict satanic rituals or the eulogizing of demons, and people adapt to these obstacles with total commitment. Among nations, Satan has designated the United States of America as the influencer of corruption towards the scriptures, the legalizing of abominable conduct in many different ways. The Vatican as well has its part to play in the corrupting of the world. These two places are main devices of Satan in controlling the world. With reference to the false photo of Jesus Christ, the Vatican has the history of the individual Cesare Borgia, yet still they are not telling people the truth. Here we can see where Satan has transformed his angels into angels of light. With this illustration, it is obvious that the denominations that highlight the photo of Cesare Borgia are harlots affiliated to the Vatican, who is the mother of harlots, as they support the image of Cesare Borgia as Jesus Christ. The following, which is an interview done by Clark Benson, who spoke with Reverend Amherst and should give a better perspective of the Vatican. Pope's exorcist says the devil is in the Vatican. The Reverend Amherst, chief exorcist in the Vatican, says he treated 70,000 cases. By Clark Benson. March 11, 2010. March 11, 2010, inside his small third-floor office at Vatican City, the Reverend Gabriel Amherst prepares for his next client. In the corner is a bed with restraining ropes. On the walls, pictures of the Virgin Mary. Near an armchair there is a Bible and other copies of prayers. The priest is still dressed in his pajamas, but his face shows signs of energy that has helped sustain him as the chief exorcist for the Vatican during the last 25 years. In a rare interview with the Italian newspaper, La Repubblica, Amherst strongly defends his work and that of the Association of Exorcists. The devil is not everywhere, he says. But when he is present it is painful. He says he has treated over 70,000 cases of demonic possession. The devil is pure spirit, invincible. He is shown with the painful blasphemies coming from the person which he possesses. He can stay hidden. He can speak different languages. He can transform himself, Amherst says. It can take 6 or 7 of Amherst's assistants to hold down someone possessed. Often, he says, they choke up nails or shards of glass. None of this scares me, he says, touching a small pouch where he holds the vomited artifacts. I know that God is using me for this work. But even the fearless priest becomes still, his voice grave when asked whether the devil can strike inside the Vatican City. He has tried already. He did it in 1981 by attacking John Paul II by working with those who armed Aliagza. And also now with the attack on Christmas Eve night when the crazy woman pushed down Benedict XVI. His face serious, the many lines on his face clear, Amherst confesses, the devil resides in the Vatican. With that statement it is factual that Satan lives in the Vatican, the Reverend Amherst said it with his own mouth. Take in consideration what Pope Francis said, the devil is an actual person rather than a concept, Pope Francis has claimed. Satan is smart and should not be argued with, the pontiff told TV 2000, a Catholic broadcasting network. This is evil, it is not a diffuse concept, it's a person, he said. Satan is smart, he tells us that when we kick him out he will go, but then after a while, when you are distracted after a few years, he comes back, with 7 companions worse than him. He is very polite, knocks at the door, rings the bell, comes in politely, and in the end he comes in with his friends. He added, it's important to be smart, to spot, and to have the ability to discern Satan's lies. With Satan you can't argue. What the Pope is saying is similar to the Reverend, see where he says that Satan knocks on the door, and come in politely with his friends. The following is an excerpt from Michael Knowles, dated August 17, 2018. Before his death in 2016, the Vatican's chief exorcist for over a quarter century, Father Gabriel Amherst, observed, the devil resides in the Vatican, and you can see the consequences. We are seeing the consequences now from Pennsylvania and Washington, D.C. all the way up to the College of Cardinals. Father Amherst described cardinals who do not believe in Jesus and bishops who are linked to the demon. The Pennsylvania grand jury report relates one instance of ritualized, satanic abuse of a young boy by 4 priests. There is some ambiguity regarding the precise nature of the incident owing to page-long redactions in the report. Another priest rinsed out the mouth of a 9-year-old boy he had sodomized with holy water. Yet another priest sodomized yet another boy with a 7-inch-long crucifix. Joel Osteen, pastor of the Lakewood Church in America, quote, Osteen said, Friday, it was a great honor to represent the pastors of America in the meeting with the pontiff, whom he described as warm, personable, and full of joy. In this statement he is saying that he is representing the pastors of America. He continues, I like the fact that this pope is trying to make the church larger, not smaller, Osteen said. He's not pushing people out but making the church more inclusive. That resonated with me. He is speaking like that because he is a harlot, and in his prosperity ministry, he is not educating people of Cesar Borgia, who is Joel Osteen working for, claiming to be defending the truth. This was the purpose of the meeting with the Pope, to promote interfaith understanding and ecumenical prayer. The promoting of interfaith understanding is the equivalent to the one-world religion system, which is connected to the New World Order. What is crafty about this obstacle is the fact that people like Joel Osteen have a striking and influential profile, accompanied with the scriptures in their hands. Joel Osteen further laments, I like the Pope. I like that he's making the Catholic Church more open to bring people in and not exclude them. He's a man of the people. I like what he stands for, humility, reaching out to others, and he's not so formal that people can't relate to him, said Osteen. This is exactly what Satan and the Vatican want, for people like Joel Osteen to convince and in so doing deceiving people. The Vatican's ambience is of idolism as well, but how the idol worship is boldly established, give people the impression that it is the correct thing to do, when actually it is an obstacle in the human race way, as it is avoiding and depriving people of attaining approval towards salvation. The action of praying to Mary, and Cesar Borgia, along with whatever saint they canonize, is absolutely wrong. Mary is not God and Cesar Borgia is not Jesus Christ. That is how wrong this action is. This said action is happening among the denominations, where Cesar Borgia is well eulogized. The people in authority who encourage these actions are Satan's transformation of angels that appear to be light, and are therefore harlots. People have to try to understand Satan's position. He can afford to do what he is doing, because of the kind of judgment that is upon him and them. Azazel, one of Satan's demon, is chained until the judgment. Satan cannot set him free, which shows Satan that God is the Almighty. This is the Vatican profile, hence the reason why the scriptures say that the Vatican is the mother of harlots. The uniting of denominations by the Pope is the mothering of the denominations, as in the networking thereof would entail, denominations being instructed by the Pope, and these administrators of denominations are, as it is fulfilling Scripture, they are playing their part towards the one-world religion. The Freemasons have a lot to do with the policies and activities of the world, as some would be acquainted. Their motive is to control the world through politics, business, and denomination societies, hence the organizing of the one-world political order and the one-world religion. As Jesus Christ said, it is not his will that any should perish. From that wording, some would perish, because of the political and denominational society's alliance with the New World Order. It has already started. These are the kind of events that people have to investigate, to source fact. The Grand Imam of Egypt, Ahmed El-Taib, signed a statement, a document towards world peace. There was a meeting kept with the International Muslim Council of Elders, in the Mosque of Sheikh Zayed. Along with that, the Assembly's ministers are involved in this connection as well, who should be educating their assembly of the truth. If these kind of people were serious about the truth, they would not compromise with the Vatican and the policies of the forming of one religion. They are doing that because they are the harlots to their mother, the Vatican, but in their prosperity sermon, they do not speak of their commitment to the Pope, which is a dangerous activity, as eternal salvation is at stake. Politicians through economics and commerce have their role to play in the structuring of the one world government, and these things are not far away from manifesting. It is evident at this present time, there are people already signed into the chip system with politics and denomination, and neither politician nor assembly ministers are educating people. The obstacle in the way is based on bondage, setting the system in such a way that some people are interested in economics and commerce. It is about survival, and that is where the sin come in. Some people do not care how they get their earnings. Sinning doesn't matter, and that is what this present system have people doing on a daily basis, exactly what Satan wants, the said thing to carry people to the lake of fire with him. Salvation depends on individuals transforming their hearts and minds towards repenting of sins to God in Jesus Christ's name, as Jesus Christ is the way. The focus people have to exercise would really depend on interest in salvation, and with the distractions, it would be a challenge for some people, and it does not matter for some, which is what the sin gene does. It challenges the God gene. What people have to understand, the attachments and devices, are set to program and have people act with misconduct in simple ways, ways that they take for granted, that is equal to having them qualify for the lake of fire. Basically that is what the system is about. Earlier in the document, mention was made of the demons that instate learning to the human race, such as, by Franz, teaches mathematical arts. Buer, who teaches philosophy, logic, and ethics. Peenmuel, who corrupts mankind through writing. Renobe, who teaches rhetoric and art. Vapula, who is skilled in handicrafts, science, and philosophy. Salas, teaches astronomy. Farzub, angel of fornication and lust. Lilith, angel who searches for children to kidnap or kill. Gajan, angel who can discern the past, present, or future. Armoros, angel who teaches the resolving of enchantments. With the attributes of those demons, give the reason why the earth is corrupt. Their attributes serve as attachments towards servicing, programming the human race in lifestyle or culture. There are people who are involved in the above activities. Being involved mean being programmed, which said activities represent the things of the world. Usually, especially through the movies, advertisement is conducted. Pay attention to films that highlight events and technology. The product and service is advertised to condition people. Before the invention of cell phones, the cell phone was illustrated in comic books. Before the invention of the spacecraft, that too was advertised in the comic books. So they have their way of advertising and programming people at the same time. These products and services they use tutor people on sinful lifestyle and conduct, in simple ways, ways so simple that, telling people about their particular action or conduct, which is equal to the lake of fire, they wouldn't believe that, and that is the kind of trouble some people are in, deceived, drunk with the doctrine of the system. The mistake some people make is to believe everything the system illustrate, and taking for granted the products and services they provide is genuine. With the economic and commercial system set to what it is, have people adapted to life is about money, thereby people are deceived. Effort can be made by those who are conscious, to educate those who need to be educated of the system, if it is possible to reach to individuals, as some people response and action, could be adverse towards being educated. The fabricated system, is educating people to get involved in their purpose without realizing it, with the main emphasis for people to act destructive, knowing so and not caring. Take for instance the exploiting of the earth, in the oil and gas area, they know of the damages they are doing, but they don't care, as prestige, money, glory and honor is at stake. With this example, when the human race was created, definitely the human race would not need a lot of these modern-day devices, as God created animals, mineral resources, and nature for the said purposes. Eliminating global warming, the deception of the day, gives people the impression that the devices are necessary. This part of the deception is where people are helping out Satan with his plan of destruction and manipulation. In this particular area of investment and income, people enjoy the glory and power. A lot of this activity is credited to greed. There are ways the system can make it better or to the best for people, but the focus of the administration of the system is power. In so doing, having people as slaves on an open plantation, it is just that people don't acknowledge themselves in that way, exactly what the administration of the system wants. With that attitude, people would always serve. God did not create such a system from the structure in the Garden of Eden. That is evident, because after Adam and Eve sinned, the penalty was that the human race have to sweat by their brow to obtain bread. It wasn't like that before when the sin was committed. In childbirth the woman would experience pain. That is another thing, wasn't like that before the sin was committed. The human race had a ready-made lifestyle of bliss and relaxation, without a commercial and economic system. Satan stole away our rights in a crafty way, as viewed to win the throne. The kind of trouble Satan is in, he has a limited amount of time to accomplish his task, and he knows that time has run out. By Satan asking for forgiveness, and doing so asking Enoch to deliver a petition to God, should tell you that he has declared he is defeated. On that occasion Satan didn't receive an answer from God. That is how we as human beings are more important. We can get forgiveness, and on our behalf Jesus Christ came to save us, not them, and unto them. It is hurtful, so try to understand the kind of anger Satan and his demons have for us. The system is set with a smile, which is the fast life, but it is a deception to destruction. Notice how Satan used Herod in an attempt to kill Jesus Christ, and also the attempt with the crucifixion, all was to destroy the human race salvation, and preserve his levity. The mentioned attempts to kill Jesus Christ, is also attempts to configure the Word of God. That is the game for Satan to win the throne. Changing one prophecy with reference to subject or matter, would win him the throne. As it is, especially around this time, Satan is depending on the human race to win him the throne, through technological innovativeness. The only main option as it is to destroy the earth before the judgment time. God created creation to live forever, and if Satan interrupt the creative act, he can win the throne. On his way out from heaven he made mention of that, and he means it. Take note of Satan's disobedient action after being chained for 1,000 years. He went to deceive the nations. His interest is to use the human race for deception and destruction. From the example with reference to the Garden of Eden, God created life for free, but Satan set life at a cost. We in our sinful state cannot imagine our perfected state. We lost a lot of worth due to the sin that was committed by Adam and Eve. Jesus Christ came to preserve what we lost, and that is for those who believe in his ministry. As mentioned previously, America is modern-day Babylon. Revelation 18 verse 3, "For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her, and the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies." Take for example, a man can marry a man. Likewise a woman can marry a woman, along with that people are marrying animals and objects. The scriptures speak of the fall of Babylon, which is this present-day system, influenced by Satan, governed by the United States of America, as the scriptures say, "All nations shall follow the beast." And it is evident that the United States of America is fulfilling that position, as a lot of ungodly acts are made legal, and in so doing, the rest of the world follows. That is evident with food, drinks, fashion, music, technology, etc. Along with England and Russia, these are key countries to Satan's plot, to manipulate other countries through economics and commerce, and that description is supported with the currency rate of the United States of America and England. These countries' currency rates are set to be the best gross, for the sake of manipulation. In Babylon's system, money can purchase a lot of things as known. That is one of the reasons for the establishment of the one world government, to enslave people, using money. As the chip system would replace the dollar system. Babylon destruction is prophesied, and nothing can change that. Satan in his self-will ambition, is trying to seek a way out, using the nations at the same time, doing his will, as in principle towards conduct in goodness and righteousness, is eliminated as much as possible, but the system have people so well programmed, to the extent that people take it for granted, that the life they are presented, is life for what it is, and that is what the trick is about, to have people look in the wrong direction. That is another obstacle about the system, with the attachments related to economics and commerce. The attachments are used to deceive people, but the attachments are so well disguised. Some people look at the attachments as what life is worth. Another trick by the system. This concept would encourage the broad road or fast track conduct, so it is a net that Satan have cast, using worldly principle and money, giving people the impression that it is most important. The attachments are necessary due to the nature and prerogative of Babylon's system. With reference to worldly principles, the order of grace supersedes Babylon's system, pertaining to the fast-track lifestyle and deception, to the extent of having individuals obtain goodness and righteousness from a 30% accumulation. That is how accessible Jesus Christ made salvation, and the attachments of Babylon's system is set to deny people of their salvation, and the denial is happening through misconduct. How people conduct themselves in life, that is what life is about. Satan's interest is to carry everybody with him to the lake of fire, and at the same time to destroy the earth before the judgment time. He is still maintaining his ambition to get the throne. He knows for a fact that he cannot kill God. Jesus Christ raising from the dead proves that point. As it is, Satan is dealing with the application of technically to get out of the lake of fire judgment, and to win the throne. Destroying the earth is the most fitting option, as the lake of fire judgment is on earth. For example, academic subjects such as science and geography are focused on interrogating the earth. Apart from that, these kind of subjects have good benefits for the human race, but they are like unto a pill with a side effect. Satan used these avenues to know about the nature of the earth, as destruction is his application, and with the activity of the economic and commercial system, he is having people help him with the destruction. There are cases where people are aware of their contribution to the world, with reference to whatever product and or service they are providing, but being titled with power to their profile, because of their contribution, allow them to act with neglect towards endangering the human race and the environment, as that power establishes self-pride, and at the same time, there are societies in Babylon's system organized to corrupt the world in some way or the other. The reality is for people to be aware of the worldly attachments and separate from them. For people to know of the worldly attachments, is to read the scriptures. As Jesus Christ said, the Holy Spirit will guide you to know the truth. That is what this document is about, to encourage people to read the scriptures towards developing awareness, to be living in the world, and not being part of its worldly principles, with acknowledgement focused on the New Testament, as the New Testament is the doctrine of grace. The entirety of the scriptures is important. As mentioned, the Bible is subdivided. The Old Testament from Genesis to Malachi is the contents of the law, and the New Testament is the contents of grace. The entirety of the Bible must be read, as in the positioning of the structure of law and grace, have each order depending on each other. For example, the contents of the law, which is the Old Testament, is the illustration, the type view. The contents of grace, which is the New Testament, is the reality, the antitype view. Therefore, what the law illustrate, grace have to confirm. That is how simple the system works. Hence the reason, the 10% tithe action conducted in some assemblies is wrong. It is right according to the law, but according to grace it is wrong. The reason for this is because the action of giving at a 10% rate, according to the law, is not confirmed in the New Testament, which is the doctrine of grace. So in that way people are being misconducted. That is what I am saying about people reading the scriptures for themselves, to know of the attachments of deception and getting rid of them, which would represent separating from the principles of the world, and living in the world, not being part of it, which is a great accomplishment for any person. It means accumulating and working towards the 30% goodness and righteousness status, also to support the statement that grace is designed to supersede Babylon's system through conduct. Hence the reason why Jesus Christ said, "The fight is not with flesh and blood, which is violence, but rather conducting activities with peace." Enhancing this statement is the wording written in 2 Thessalonians 3 verse 6, "When your brother have a disorder, separate yourself from him, so that he would be ashamed." The verse is advising to separate, but in a peaceful way. This verse also highlight the fact that when a person is taking action, the appearance of the action have nothing to do with the fulfilling of the action. The verse that state, "Do not feed your pearls to swines," the appearance may appear partial, but the conduct is of goodness and righteousness. So it is about people conducting towards and against worldly principles. That is what our fight is about, and reading the scriptures is the source of knowing and staying in the knowledge of it. Chapter 3. Secret Societies. In Babylon's system, secret societies have its place with the deception, as they encourage people to engage in activities that allow them to sell their souls, in some way or another. On this note, it should be understood, that through conduct, as in misconduct, make people eligible for judgment towards the lake of fire, which is the reason for the structuring of Babylon's system as it is. Attachments geared against people reaching 30% goodness and righteousness. Listed among secret societies are as follows. Cabal is a society promoting its views concerning an idea, unknowing to the public or non-members. The word cabal is also used to denote other subjects, matters, and activity. Brethren of Purity has an uncertain clarity towards its organization and members. Their teachings are expounded in the Encyclopedia of the Brethren of Purity, comprising of 52 epistles, which doctrine is expressed as esoteric, meaning loosely related ideas. Knights of the Golden Eagle, this society was open to white Christian males only, which assisted its members with employment. This group has its ritual set at 3 degrees. The first degree taught members fidelity to God and man. The second degree taught members to revere hospitality, religion, and charity. The third degree focuses on the profile of the Crusader and safeguarded its members from their enemies. This society also had female members, which were allowed to take the first degree only. Ordine Templi Orientis. The start of this society is labeled at the beginning of the 20th century, and is of an occult nature. Aleister Crowley is an influential member of the society, which was intended to associate with Freemason, and the most prominent teaching of the society is the practice of sex magic. Sex magic is based upon using sexual arousal or orgasm with visualization of a desired result. It is also a sexual activity used in ritual, magical, religious and spiritual pursuit. The society is also known as Order of the Temple of the East or Order of Oriental Templars. Order of Druids was founded in England in 1858, but in 1908 the founding of the Grand Lodge of Druidism in Germany was confirmed in 1913 at a conference in Hull, England. The motive of the society is to promote peace and fraternal goodwill. This society can be found in New Zealand, Germany, Iceland, Norway, England, Australia, Sweden, Switzerland, United States of America and Finland. Porcelain Club is a male members club at Harvard University. The approximation of the founding year is 1791. Around that time the group was meeting under the name the Argonauts. The motto of the club is Epicurean, which is Dum Vivimus Vivimus, which means, while we live, let us live. Epicureanism was founded by the Greek philosopher Epicurus around 307 BC. The club's emblem is a pig, and members display the emblem on chains and necklaces. Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. This society was involved in occult practices, pertaining to the study of metaphysics and paranormal activities along with theurgy, which is the practice of rituals, which intent is evoking the presence of deities. The founders of the society William Woodman, William Westcott, and Samuel Mathers are Freemasons. The Golden Dawn had 3 orders. The first order taught esoteric philosophy with reference to the Hermetic Kabbalah. The Hermetic Kabbalah is of mysticism and the occult. Skull and Bones. This society was founded at Yale University in 1832. The members of this society are called Bones Men and is an all-male members society. They meet every Thursday and Sunday at a place called the Tomb. This society is restricted to a limited amount of members. It is conjectured that the CIA was formed by members of the Skull and Bones Society. The Skull and Bones Society has produced some of the world's most prominent people. Bilderberg Group. This society accommodate 150 members. A person joins the group by invitation only, which consist of bankers, prime ministers, and presidents. They meet once a year. Their discussion is centered towards economics and commerce of the world. Knights Templar. Around 1129 the Roman Catholic Church established this society. They had an efficient form of banking that contributes towards today's banking system. They also built military fortification across Europe. This society had a secretive initiation ceremony. they claim to have discovered the Holy Grail and the Ark of the Covenant, however these items were not displayed. Hashashin were Muslims that carried on their operations in the Middle East in the 13th century. They are credited with working for King Richard, among being hired by others on a contract basis. It is believed that the word assassin came from Hashashin. The Cadaver Society was founded in 1957 and located at Washington and Lee University in Lexington, Virginia. The founders are unknown. Also the structuring, it is conjectured that this society is a branch of the Illuminati Society. Rosicrucianism was founded in Germany in the 16th century. They came about their theory through evidence and experience of subject and matters according to their ideology. They were also great opposers of the Roman Catholic Church. It is said that Rosicrucianism is the foundation of Freemasonry. Bohemian Grove, which hosts an encampment for its members in mid-July each year, is an all-male membership, which entertains government officials, former U.S. presidents, business leaders, prominent people, artists, musicians, and senior media executives. During the encampment, activities such as drinking, conferences, and rituals including Druid worship are done. The Bohemian Grove is located in Monte Rio, California in the United States. The Bohemian Grove belongs to the gentlemen's club known as the Bohemian Club. The motto of the club, "Weaving spiders come not here," which means, concerns other that related matters of the Bohemian Grove is to be left outside. In September 1942 a meeting was held towards the Manhattan Project, which led to the atomic bomb. The Manhattan Project is research and development during World War II that produced the nuclear bomb. This meeting was led by the United States and supported by the United Kingdom and Canada. The cremation of the care ceremony, which took place at the Bohemian Grove in 2000, was captured on film, which entailed members wearing costumes and the cremation of a coffin called care. The cremation was done before a 40-foot owl. There are also activities which include male factors portraying female roles in plays. Illuminati. The Illuminati Society was founded by a German, Adam Weishaupt. He was a professor of natural and canon law. The term Illuminati came from and refers to the Bavarian Illuminati, that operated for a decade. Presently the Illuminati Society is popular and prominent, among high-profile personalities and celebrities in all categories of society, meaning the wealthy and the poor. Members of that society claimed openly of the selling of the soul to Satan for material wealth. Freemasonry stems back to 1400 BC, when Akhenaten, an Egyptian pharaoh, built a temple in El Amarna. This place became the first mystery school, a place where human sacrifice were done. The initiation rites are identical to those of modern Freemasonry. Akhenaten also practiced polytheism to monotheism, a system of worshipping just one god. During the course the society gained influence in England in 1717, with the Grand Lodge established to govern England and Wales. This is an all-male membership society, with secrecy being a main element in their profile. The society power in Babylon is due to the prominent people that are members. From that point of view they can manipulate and control world affairs. Their agenda is towards the New World Order. The manner of sacrifices and rituals make the society a satanic one. With this attachment Satan has politics, economics, and commerce, which are main pillars of the structuring of Babylon's system, along with other businesses that act as influencers, in programming people, and this particular society has a lot of backings to do what they see fitting. Again to the rituals and sacrifices, people are losing their eternal salvation, as vanity is a chief product of the society. What Satan did with the one-third angels, he is doing it to the human race, with attachments that appear to look like gold, but it is not gold. Hence, Satan transforming his angels into angels of light to deceive many. This is in accordance with the assemblies that misconduct people, in bypassing principalities in the doctrine of grace found in the New Testament. Basically, that is what the motive is of Satan is about, to carry everybody to the lake of fire. The human being is God's most important creation, hence the reason why Jesus Christ came to deliver the human race from the death trap that Satan has set, and that deliverance is through grace, and that is how easy Jesus Christ made it for us, to following the instructions in the New Testament from Matthew to Revelation. On this note, the Old Testament, from Genesis to Malachi, is not left out, is just that the New Testament contain the doctrine of grace. So with the human race as God's most important creation and Jesus Christ providing a way out, Satan is determined to fulfill his task. Among Satanists it is said that they acknowledge going to hell as a party that will last forever. That concept show how evil they are. Also it highlights how Satan views the lake of fire judgment. With Satan trying to eliminate Jesus Christ as a child, prove how afraid he is of the lake of fire judgment. Influential in Babylon's system are families that rule the world, working towards the New World Order system. The Rothschild family originated from Germany, establishing financial institutions in Europe in the 18th century. As said by Jacob Rothschild, their family is worth $500 trillion, and they own nearly every central bank, along with the government, media, and oil. In the 19th century, the Rothschild family was responsible for stabilizing the currency of countries, which is the same operation done by the International Monetary Fund, IMF. Mayer Amschel Rothschild positioned his 5 sons Nathan, James, Solomon, Karl, and Amschel to be his administrators in the 5 major financial centers in Europe. Thereafter, their sons commissioned their sons to other countries to administrate in the banking business, hence their ownership of central banks. The listing of ownership is from A to Z worldwide. The Rothschild family have an influence over the British financial system and the United States Federal Reserves. The Rockefeller family of Rhineland in Germany, that own a multitude of businesses and is also a banking family that owns one of the world's largest fortunes, which was made in the American petroleum industry. They are also related in respect to having a part in forming the Trilateral Commission. According to David Rockefeller, we are on the verge of a global transformation. All we need is the right major crisis and the nations will accept the New World Order. This is how these people think. The Sinclair family is believed to have originated from England and supported the Scottish crown. The Sinclairs went to England with William the Conqueror. Their name was originally St. Clair, which was the name of a place. Descendants of the lineage are known as, for example, Richard of St. Clair and so on. The Hanover family originated from Germany and ruled Ireland, Great Britain, and Hanover during the 17th through the 20th century. The Morgan family, pioneered by John Morgan, established the J.P. Morgan Company, which has had a great influence in American financial system and worldwide. He was in collaboration with Rothschild to United States bonds to buy gold from foreign investors. It is conjectured that this transaction gave him authority over the United States gold supply, to finance the USS Steel Company, and also forming General Electric. The profile title of the company is known as J.P. Morgan Chase & Company. The DuPont family is an American family, the establishment of DuPont, a gun manufacturing factory, which later became a chemical empire. DuPont also has a role in the Manhattan Project, which is responsible for the creation of the nuclear bomb. It is reported that DuPont produced 4.5 billion pounds of military explosive during World War II. There are speculations that DuPont is involved in the making of the hydrogen bomb. The Bush family began with Prescott Sheldon Bush, grandfather to U.S. President George W. Bush, who was a U.S. senator and banker. He was accused along with other large corporations of financing Hitler for the war, and he was also a member of the Skull and Bones Society at Yale University. The Astor family is credited with the naming of streets and buildings in New York that are titled as Astor or Astoria. John Jacob is responsible for the founding of the Astor fortune, with the fur business which was established in the 18th century, then branched off to real estate. They built residential buildings, hotels, and the New York Public Library. Their estimated worth in 2018 was $190 billion. The Windsor family has governed the throne of Great Britain for more than 100 years. They have authority over the country affairs. The family originated from Germany, and are sovereign over 16 states, which are Canada, New Zealand, Australia, Jamaica, Barbados, Grenada, the Bahamas, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Island, Tuvalu, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Belize, Antigua and Barbuda, and St. Kitts and Nevis, also the United Kingdom. These are the influential wealthy families, and should be more, that have their responsibility in managing world affairs in some way or another, because of their dignitary status and the product or service they are offering. With Babylon being pivoted by prominent people, it is easy for them to program and use people as items on a shelf for their particular use, as in cases the business people run the country. Added to that, there are them who belong to occult societies. The Freemason Society and the Illuminati Society have a powerful membership, so in their plan to manipulate people, manufacturers who are of this occult society take pleasure in producing products and services that are adverse to people's lives. Some products appear useful, yet still not durable. All these activities are related to the New World Order system. The elite view this system as precious, due to the fact of a single government, religion, and currency. The following is a listing of the banks owned and controlled by the Rothschild family. Afghanistan, Bank of Afghanistan. Albania, Bank of Albania. Algeria, Bank of Algeria. Argentina, Central Bank of Argentina. Armenia, Central Bank of Armenia. Aruba, Central Bank of Aruba. Australia, Reserve Bank of Australia. Austria, Austrian National Bank. Azerbaijan, Central Bank of Azerbaijan Republic. Bahamas, Central Bank of the Bahamas. Bahrain, Central Bank of Bahrain. Bangladesh, Bangladesh Bank. Barbados, Central Bank of Barbados. Belarus, National Bank of the Republic of Belarus. Belgium, National Bank of Belgium. Belize, Central Bank of Belize. Benin, Central Bank of West African States, CAO. Bermuda, Bermuda Monetary Authority. Bhutan, Royal Monetary Authority of Bhutan. Bolivia, Central Bank of Bolivia. Bosnia, Central Bank of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Botswana, Bank of Botswana. Brazil, Central Bank of Brazil. Bulgaria, Bulgarian National Bank. Burkina Faso, Central Bank of West African States, CAO. Burundi, Bank of the Republic of Burundi. Cambodia, National Bank of Cambodia. Cameroon, Bank of Central African States. Canada, Bank of Canada, Banque du Canada. Cayman Islands, Cayman Islands Monetary Authority. Central African Republic, Bank of Central African States. Chad, Bank of Central African States. Chile, Central Bank of Chile. China, the People's Bank of China. Colombia, Bank of the Republic. Comoros, Central Bank of Comoros. Congo, Bank of Central African States. Costa Rica, Central Bank of Costa Rica. Côte d'Ivoire, Central Bank of West African States, CAO. Croatia, Croatian National Bank. Cuba, Central Bank of Cuba. Cyprus, Central Bank of Cyprus. Czech Republic, Czech National Bank. Denmark, National Bank of Denmark. Dominican Republic, Central Bank of the Dominican Republic. East Caribbean Area, Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. Ecuador, Central Bank of Ecuador. Egypt, Central Bank of Egypt. El Salvador, Central Reserve Bank of El Salvador. Equatorial Guinea, Bank of Central African States. Estonia, Bank of Estonia. Ethiopia, National Bank of Ethiopia. European Union, European Central Bank. Fiji, Reserve Bank of Fiji. Finland, Bank of Finland. France, Bank of France. Gabon, Bank of Central African States. The Gambia, Central Bank of the Gambia. Georgia, National Bank of Georgia. Germany, Deutsche Bundesbank. Ghana, Bank of Ghana. Greece, Bank of Greece. Guatemala, Bank of Guatemala. Guinea-Bissau, Central Bank of West African States, CAO. Guyana, Bank of Guyana. Haiti, Central Bank of Haiti. Honduras, Central Bank of Honduras. Hong Kong, Hong Kong Monetary Authority. Hungary, Magyar Nemzeti Bank. Iceland, Central Bank of Iceland. India, Reserve Bank of India. Indonesia, Bank Indonesia. Iran, the Central Bank of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Iraq, Central Bank of Iraq. Ireland, Central Bank and Financial Services Authority of Ireland. Israel, Bank of Israel. Italy, Bank of Italy. Jamaica, Bank of Jamaica. Japan, Bank of Japan. Jordan, Central Bank of Jordan. Kazakhstan, National Bank of Kazakhstan. Kenya, Central Bank of Kenya. Korea, Bank of Korea. Kuwait, Central Bank of Kuwait. Kyrgyzstan, National Bank of the Kyrgyz Republic. Latvia, Bank of Latvia. Lebanon, Central Bank of Lebanon. Lesotho, Central Bank of Lesotho. Libya, Central Bank of Libya. Uruguay, Central Bank of Uruguay. Lithuania, Bank of Lithuania. Luxembourg, Central Bank of Luxembourg. Macau, Monetary Authority of Macau. Macedonia, National Bank of the Republic of Macedonia. Madagascar, Central Bank of Madagascar. Malawi, Reserve Bank of Malawi. Malaysia, Central Bank of Malaysia. Mali, Central Bank of West African States. Malta, Central Bank of Malta. Mauritius, Bank of Mauritius. Mexico, Bank of Mexico. Moldova, National Bank of Moldova. Mongolia, Bank of Mongolia. Montenegro, Central Bank of Montenegro. Morocco, Bank of Morocco. Mozambique, Bank of Mozambique. Namibia, Bank of Namibia. Nepal, Central Bank of Nepal. Netherlands, Netherlands Bank. Netherlands Antilles, Bank of the Netherlands Antilles. New Zealand, Reserve Bank of New Zealand. Nicaragua, Central Bank of Nicaragua. Niger, Central Bank of West African States. Nigeria, Central Bank of Nigeria. Norway, Central Bank of Norway. Oman, Central Bank of Oman. Pakistan, State Bank of Pakistan. Papua New Guinea, Bank of Papua New Guinea. Paraguay, Central Bank of Paraguay. Peru, Central Reserve Bank of Peru. Philippines, Banco Central Pilipinas. Poland, National Bank of Poland. Portugal, Bank of Portugal. Qatar, Qatar Central Bank. Romania, National Bank of Romania. Russia, Central Bank of Russia. Rwanda, National Bank of Rwanda. San Marino, Central Bank of the Republic of San Marino. Samoa, Central Bank of Samoa. Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabian Monetary Agency. Senegal, Central Bank of West African States. Serbia, National Bank of Serbia. Seychelles, Central Bank of Seychelles. Sierra Leone, Bank of Sierra Leone. Singapore, Monetary Authority of Singapore. Slovakia, National Bank of Slovakia. Slovenia, Bank of Slovenia. Solomon Islands, Central Bank of Solomon Islands. South Africa, South African Reserve Bank. Spain, Bank of Spain. Sri Lanka, Central Bank of Sri Lanka. Sudan, Bank of Sudan. Suriname, Central Bank of Suriname. Swaziland, the Central Bank of Swaziland. Sweden, Sveriges Riksbank. Switzerland, Swiss National Bank. Tajikistan, National Bank of Tajikistan. Tanzania, Bank of Tanzania. Thailand, Bank of Thailand. Togo, Central Bank of West African States. Tonga, National Reserve Bank of Tonga. Trinidad and Tobago, Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. Tunisia, Central Bank of Tunisia. Turkey, Central Bank of the Republic of Turkey. Uganda, Bank of Uganda. Ukraine, National Bank of Ukraine. United Arab Emirates, Central Bank of United Arab Emirates. United Kingdom, Bank of England. United States, Federal Reserve, Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Vanuatu, Reserve Bank of Vanuatu. Venezuela, Central Bank of Venezuela. Vietnam, the State Bank of Vietnam. Yemen, Central Bank of Yemen. Zambia, Bank of Zambia. Zimbabwe, Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe. That is what I meant in the Rothschild family having an A to Z listing of owning banks worldwide, hence when Jacob Rothschild said they are worth $500 trillion, from that listing we can see why he said so. Also it was said that they have a seat reserved for Satan at their dinner table. That statement was made boldly by Jacob Rothschild. Satan is using this family in particular to control the world through commercial and economic business. The fact of the matter is, when a country have to establish a central bank, the country in question have to apply to the Rothschild for confirmation. Due to currency evaluation, a country cannot establish a central bank in their country. If that is done without the Rothschild permission, the currency of that country would not be recognized. So from this finding we can see how the one world currency would come into effect. Businesses owned by the Rothschild family: cotton, indigo, sugar, tea and coffee, tobacco. Hotels, tourism and leisure. Media and publishing. Mining and trade, coal, copper, nickel, oil, platinum, diamonds, rubies, quicksilver, salt, silver. Gold mining and bullion, the Royal Mint Refinery, the gold fixing. Communications and technology. Utilities, electricity, gas, water. Wine, Chateau Lafite, Chateau Mouton. Railways, Kaiser Ferdinand's Nordbahn, the Chemin de Fer du Nord, Brazilian Railways, Indian Railways, the London Underground, the New York Subway, Mass Transit Railways. Transport, aircraft, canals, waterways and harbors, the Suez Canal shares purchase, road transport, shipping. Businesses owned by the Rockefeller family. They own resort properties which are known as Rockefeller Resorts and Rockefeller Center in New York, and it is probable that they had shares in the Chase Manhattan Bank. The Windsor family is worth $88 billion. The properties owned by the Queen is operated by the Crown Estate, which deposit returns to the Treasury. The Queen receives 15% of the profit. The Crown Estate that manages properties is worth £12.4 billion. The compilation of properties include Regent Street, buildings in the St. James area which is made up of residential, retail and office space, 14 shopping parks, 3 shopping centres, UK offshore wind farms. They also own land in the UK, Duchy of Lancaster which is 18,433 hectares and Duchy of Cornwall. The income of the Duchy of Lancaster belongs to the reigning monarch, and the Duchy of Cornwall have a land area of 53,000 hectares. The Duchy of Cornwall generate income for the heir to the throne. Beside that the Queen owns 8,000 hectare of Sandringham Estate in Norfolk. Also the Scottish castle and estates making up 25,000 hectares of land. The Queen also owns 6.6 billion acres of land worldwide. And real estate operations are in possession of $16 billion in property. Caribbean countries owned by the Queen are the Bahamas, Antigua and Barbuda, Belize, Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica, St. Lucia, St. Kitts and Nevis, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Commonwealth includes Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea and New Zealand. The Commonwealth is made up of 54 countries. This makes the Queen the largest landowner in the world. The 6.6 billion acres of land is equivalent to 1/6 of the Earth's land area. The Sinclair family are in the oil and gas business. They own 1,300 gas stations in 24 U.S. states, 2 oil refineries, the Grand American Hotel, the Little America hotel chain, the Westgate Hotel and 2 ski resorts. The influence is money and the accumulation of it. The people in the world are viewed as products with reference to the business structure and activity of these wealthy families. In this instance, the commodities are made for the products. With this business activity, it is easy for Satan to have the grip he desires to implement the New World Order. The attachments of the Freemason and Illuminati, which comprise of millions of people worldwide, have the power to gross influence socially, economically, and commercially. As mentioned with the prominent people involved, the task of implementing the order would be easy to do. From what is illustrated to this point, it is evident of the prerogative that Satan had towards deceiving Adam and Eve, seeing that the human being is God's greatest and valued creation on earth. It is a mocking and insulting action Satan took, bearing in mind that his objective is to win the throne, and with Jesus Christ conquering death, Satan is relying on technicality as he cannot destroy God in a direct way. Around this time he is hoping for the best. In my opinion, Satan is conducting a hit and hope action, with the hope that one of his actions could condemn God or seek occasion to accuse him as a sinner. That was Satan's ambition with Jesus Christ in the desert, to tempt him to make a mistake. The throne is his concern. Apparently Satan's only way out of the judgment of the lake of fire is to win the throne. The people involved in business activities might not see how they are being used by Satan to destroy the earth, as they are too busy making money. Their ambition is to gross a large bank account, and the more they have, is the more they want. The activity of global warming didn't happen by mistake. This was purposely done to destroy the earth, so we can see that there are a couple reasons for Satan having control of the human race. Salvation for us depends on us being conscious of the grace that Jesus Christ made possible for us, and with the distractions that Satan have in place, is connected to the wording of Jesus Christ. It is not his will that any should perish, because salvation was set at the accumulation of 30% goodness and righteousness, which is a favor to compare with the demands of the law, where righteousness is set at a 100% righteousness. Viewing the two options, it is clear what the sacrifice of Jesus Christ was about. So Satan implement this Babylon system to deprive people of their salvation through conduct, and at the same time, if he doesn't win the throne, he is taking people with him to the lake of fire. So it is happening both ways, with one definite way out of the two options. Babylon system is about deceiving people. This is done also by way of Freemason and Illuminati symbols and logos on product and services. Logos. Time Warner logo. Time Warner is a network that controls what you see, and are known for suppressing the truth. The logo is symbolic to the all-seeing eye. The logo was displayed in the film Mystery Babylon. CERN logo. With the CERN logo, it is very evident that the 666 symbol is disguised. Apple logo. The Apple logo has an assorted color profile, which is compatible to the colors adopted by the Homosexuality Society, which Apple funds and endorses. Nickelodeon logo. This logo explains itself. It is fully furnished with Masonic and Illuminati symbols. This is the kind of principles they want children to get accustomed to. This should be in an effort to work with what is written in the book of Proverbs 22 verse 6. Train a child in the way that he should go, so when he is old he would not depart from it. Monster Energy drink logo. The 3 lines with the curved head is indicative to the letter M. It also resembles the Hebrew letter Vav, which is I, or 6. When the 3 lines are connected together, it should read Vav, 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 equivalent to 3 or 666. Starbucks coffee logo. This image was taken from Greek mythology. The image depicts a woman, more so a mermaid. To the left and the right of the image, you can see her two hands supporting what looks like her tail. The picture was cropped to hide her actually opening her legs. This image is a 16th century twine-tailed mermaid or siren. Vodafone logo. An English-based telecommunications company in the smartphone business. The 666 symbol is hidden in the image. Google Chrome browser logo. Each color is systematic set to highlight the 666 symbol. Mitsubishi Motors logo. The Mitsubishi Motors logo is taken from a magical sign known as the triceps. It is a sign significant towards protection. Anti-media logo. In the anti-media logo it contains a pyramid, which is an Illuminati symbol, and the red and yellow colors are eyes, which are the eyes of the Greys. These are the aliens they advertise as our creators. CBS Television Network logo. The CBS Network logo is displaying an eye, which is obviously the all-seeing eye, which is an Illuminati symbol. FedEx logo. The FedEx logo has a message hidden in it. The arrow located in the X is for efficiency and forward motion. The Gillette logo has as its highlight the sharp cuts in the letters G and I, displaying the purpose of the product towards shaving. NBC logo. The NBC logo represents a peacock. The white spaces in the image displays a peacock, alleging their service as a proud broadcaster. Tostitos logo. The two T's in the middle of the word are people, and the I is a bowl of dip. The Coca-Cola logo displays the flag of Denmark. This is found between the O and the L. Walt Disney logo. This display of Walt Disney is well disguised but open at the same time. The 3 sixes are in the name. The Heineken beer logo. When it is viewed upside down, the 3 sixes are evident, supported by the 5-point star. The BMW logo. The display of the white and blue colors on the logo. The white represents a propeller and the blue symbolize the sky. Formerly BMW was an aircraft manufacturing company. Notice how this advertisement is disguised. The white images in the picture forms the 3 sixes. General Electric logo. The 3 sixes are in the circle of the logo. Paralympic logo. That is what the logo is about. The logo display the 3 sixes. It explains itself. Mario Pizza logo. The Mario Pizza logo is displaying the Freemason hand sign known as the 3-0, where each finger connected to the thumb forms a 6. The 3 fingers form the 666 symbol, like the Mario person in the advertisement. To the left of the photo is the 3-0, and to the right of the photo is the devil's horn. Mercedes logo. The Mercedes logo is a depiction of what is known as the triquetra. It was a symbol of the Druids. The use of it is to stimulate human psyche and spiritual powers. The triquetra was used for rituals and magic in Europe. McDonald's logo. The McDonald's logo. The M in the McDonald's logo represents a pair of breasts, a symbolic way to highlight nourishment. The M also represents the arches of the Irinigal design of the restaurant. The Suave logo speaks for itself. Within the design of the logo, the 3 sixes can be seen. Unilever logo. The Unilever logo is incorporated with a couple of symbols, such as DNA, ice cream, a palm tree, hair, a container, lips, hair, a bee, a fish, a bird, clothes, a hand, a heart, a sun, tea leaf. The most outstanding symbol is the DNA, which could mean that this product have samples of genes to the effect contained in it. United Nations logo. The United Nations logo is made up of symbols. The logo shows lines of longitude and latitude indicating 33 areas, symbolic to the 33 degrees of Freemasonry. The outer wreath image is symbolic to the 13-degree Bavarian Illuminati Society. The Olympic logo, the interlocking rings represent 666. The Delta logo displays a pyramid, the type used in divination. Curses are done by the occult with this emblem. The above images Lexus, Acura, and Kia have their logos fashioned to the compass and square symbol of Freemasonry. The Dodge logo displays a ram head, which according to astrology is Aries. Aries is the opening of the year for the occult society. In the Bible it is called Nisan, which is the first month of the Hebrew calendar, hence the beginning of the solar year and not January. The Facebook logo is Masonic, signifying the symbol, Masonic tubal cane. LQ is the Gmail logo, which is the Masonic royal arch apron. The Nike logo with the swoosh which depicts Saturn. Saturn is a respected symbol in occult. Nike is a winged goddess. The Mazda logo is the eyebrow of an owl, which represents wisdom and the ability to see in the dark. The owl is an important symbol in occult societies. The Volkswagen logo has the sixth letter in the Hebrew alphabet Vav, with the top V and the W, which make up 2V, is equal to 3 sixes. There are more logos with symbolism, but these were illustrated to confirm what was mentioned previously, about the products and services we are being offered by those involved in occult societies. We are surrounded by them and have to live with them, as they represent for us product and services to sustain us in some way or another. This situation with the products and services, prove how important it is for us to pray to God in Jesus Christ's name, giving thanks for all things. As these products and services are energy driven to program people. Again, I would like to elaborate on the Our Father prayer, which is designed for this fast-track Babylon system, and also towards our daily provision. Chapter 4. Political Babylon. Politics is one of the main pillars supporting Babylon system, as it is based on governance in cooperating administration of people and countries. The reason for politics pertains to the control of people and the resources of the land. In the Roman system, when politics started in Rome, that was the reason for the Roman administration at the time, when they started politics. This is another obstacle in the human race way. The activities of the politicians may seem necessary and essential, yes, to a certain extent, but the fact of the matter is, the politicians will be playing a big role in the administration of the New World Order, as Satan will be administrating politics and religion. There are politicians, for those who do not know, are aligned to the occult. Prime Minister Edmund Barton, Sydney, initiated Australian Lodge of Harmony No. 556 English Constitution in Sydney on March 13, 1878. Became Senior Deacon of the Lodge on June 9, 1880. Prime Minister Stanley Bruce, initiated in Old Melbourne Ian's Lodge No. 317 Victorian Constitution on June 12, 1925. Sir Edmund Barton, Robert Menzies, and John Gordon. Freemasons include Olympian and businessmen, Sir James Hardy, Hardy's Wines, and former cricket captains Bobby Simpson and Bill Lawry. George Washington, the first President of the United States. George Washington was initiated as a Freemason in 1752. He performed Masonic rites when he laid the cornerstone of the Capitol in 1793. Winston Churchill, British Prime Minister was a member of Studholme Mason Lodge. Silvio Berlusconi. Italy's former Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi was part of a Masonic lodge called Propaganda Due, which was disbanded in 1981. Jesse Jackson. Civil rights activist. Reverend Jesse Jackson is Master Mason of the Prince Hall Freemasonry. George Bush. Bill Clinton. Mentioning these few, to illustrate how they control the political governance, and these are the individuals people are voting for. People aware or unawares are voting for the control of their lives, with the tax system that allows them to pay for that service. What we are bearing witness to as in the system we are living in, is the manifestation of the idea Satan have for the human race, reason for him deceiving Adam and Eve. Through the political system, Satan would get a lot done, which system is designed to culminate in the establishment of the New World Order. People are already deceived by the political system, that they take for granted would manage their lives to a better standard, but the fact of the matter is that when politicians enter into office, they have to network with the business community as well, especially the elite society, compromising with proposals. There are the cases where, as we know, political parties are funded by different organizations and societies. With that compromise, the politicians are employed with the business people, organization, or society. They can be dismissed from their position if they do not cooperate with policies. The Romans have an influence in the formation of politics. Augustus Caesar formed a government where he was the sole ruler, and in so doing making all the decisions. The government was formed to control the people and the resources of the land. Later on religion came into effect, as politics was not doing the full job of controlling the people. Up to this day the combination of both are doing the necessary work of controlling the people. With the progress of time, politics evolved into what we see today. In modern times, politics began in Europe and the United States in the 19th century. Today it is more a business transaction. Politicians are playing the role of administrators. There are politicians that know exactly what they are about, and there could be those that think they are involved in a game to make life better for people. But just as how they gave people a bank card to conduct transactions, until they give them the chip, it is the same way with the politician. The politicians are paving the way for Satan with the one world government, where Satan will be the sole ruler of the world politically, even if it is through the person of the Antichrist. The forming of the Trilateral Commission, which was formerly the European Common Market, is a tool for Satan to position the world for the one world government. The function of the Commission is to bring together leaders in different capacities from government, business, media, civil society, and academics, to the purport of structuring a better world environment according to their policies, which may not be the best policy. In this instance, whatever subject or matter people protest, it would be mere formality for the administration of the Commission. The Trilateral Commission was formed by David Rockefeller in 1973, to confront the challenges of globalization and to bring about better networking policies between the United States and its allies. Others involved in the Commission are George Bush and Bill Clinton, who are members of the Skull and Bones Society from Yale University. With those kind of people involved, this is a Masonic influence organization, using this platform as a disguise for their one world government agenda. Again, this is to support the theory of how wealthy families have control over world affairs. Membership for the organization is by invitation only, and accommodates 325 citizens from North America, the European Union and Japan. Presently the Commission has expanded to include people from countries outside of the three original locations. Meetings are kept during the year. The regional headquarters are located in Tokyo, Washington, D.C., and Paris, and their strength is political and economical influence. Here as well the Freemasons and Illuminati would have a place. So just imagine with the kind of people involved, the policies could be likewise. In the early part of the 21st century the membership was over 400. Others that are in the realm is General Electric, Pepsi Company, Chase Manhattan Bank, Xerox, AT&T, Nissan, and Toshiba, Henry Kissinger, George Shultz, and by now others can be involved. A writer for the Spotlight named Jim Tucker said, "These are not the types of people who get together for innocuous chit-chat. That speaks for itself." Through Jimmy Carter involvement it was alleged that there was an increase in the drug culture. This instance is from the published A Program for America by the LaRouche Democratic Campaign. The book mentioned that bankers and the International Monetary Fund encourage the drug trade. LaRouche also said that the Soviet Union, the British monarchy, Zionist lobby are conspirators. No need to doubt. Come like the mafia movies, where they show how elite people are part of the drug trade. Some of the prominent persons who are part of the Freemasons and Illuminati are as follows. Benjamin Franklin became a member of St. John's Lodge in Philadelphia, a few years after starting his own society. George Washington was initiated November 4, 1752 and given the rank of Master Mason after initiation. He also performed Masonic rites at the laying of the U.S. Capitol's cornerstone on September 18, 1793. Mozart, initiated December 14, 1784, composed a number of Masonic musical songs. He was a member of the Zur-Wohltätigkeit Lodge in Austria. Simon Bolivar was a 33rd-degree Mason. He was initiated 1803. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill was initiated May 24, 1901. He was a member of the Studholme Mason Lodge No. 1591 in England. J. Edgar Hoover was initiated 1920, credited to having a great part in forming the FBI, and became a Master Mason by age 25. Italian Prime Minister Berlusconi was a member of the Masonic lodge known as Propaganda Due. Reverend Jesse Jackson, a 33rd-degree Prince Hall Freemason, he was initiated May 25, 1987, and made a Master Mason in 1987. Jackson is a member of the Harmony Lodge No. 88 in Chicago. Other notable people are William Bud Abbott, Nat King Cole, Samuel Colt, Duke Ellington, Scottie Pippen, Shaquille O'Neal, Paul Revere, John Wayne, Richard Pryor, Harry Houdini. The secret society became a support network for musicians. Among them Duke Ellington. There were white jazz musicians who were Freemasons, including Glenn Miller, and many of the country and western stars, Michael Jackson, Lady Gaga, Rihanna, Jay-Z, Justin Bieber, Kanye West, Britney Spears, Beyoncé, Rolling Stones, Beatles, Led Zeppelin, Jimi Hendrix, Eagles, Kiss, Queen, Def Leppard, Bruce Springsteen. Eminem incorporated Illuminati artwork on his album covers. He portrayed himself as the devil for his single, Berserk. Nicki Minaj likewise illustrate Illuminati symbols in her music videos. Lil Wayne also uses Illuminati symbols in his music videos. Seen are sacrificial lambs, skulls, the Baphomet, pyramid jewelry. Dr. Dre has rapped about selling his soul to make it big in hip-hop music. He also said that Illuminati member Quincy Jones is his mentor. The sporting arena has a collection as well. Shaquille O'Neal, Scottie Pippen, Sons of Solomon Lodge, Freemasonry members secretly run the world but is planning to rule the football field. Grand Master, the Duke of Kent, is going to grant a warrant for the first football lodge, a place where members can meet in Hampshire. Players, managers, and referees who are Masons from the world of football will perform Masonic rituals. Freemasons are responsible for Premier League team Manchester City. These people also took the oath. John Elway, football; Red Auerbach, basketball coach; Arnold Palmer, golf; Sugar Ray Robinson, boxing; Ty Cobb, baseball. The American President Family Tree. The New England Historic Genealogical Society said that Obama is the son of a white woman from Kansas and a black man from Kenya. 6 U.S. presidents are labeled as his cousins, namely, the Bushes, Ford, Johnson, Truman and James Madison. The Genealogical Society confirmed that he is also related to Churchill, Brad Pitt. Bill Clinton is a distant cousin of Madonna, Celine Dion, and Alanis Morissette. Obama and President Bush are 10th cousins, Brad Pitt and Obama are 9th cousins. John Gayne is a 6th cousin of the First Lady, Laura Bush. He is related to Queen Elizabeth of England, as they both descend from Dorothy Ann Tracy. The American President Family Tree is descended directly from kings of England. Edward I, 1239 to 1307, Longshanks, is forefather of at least 14 presidents. European intermarriages link American presidents to the thrones of all Europe. George Washington, a descendant of Edward I of England. Lawrence Washington is grandfather to the president. John Adams, 2nd president, married Abigail Smith, whose ancestry in Quincy, Shepherd, Goes Hill, and Bohun ascends to Elizabeth, daughter of Edward I. Thomas Jefferson, 3rd president, born 1743, descended from Edward through John of Gaunt, born 1370, Benjamin Harrison, born 1726, a signer of the Declaration, traces through families of Carter and Ludlow to Stratton, Lute Rule, and Courtenay. His grandson, William Henry Harrison, 9th President, Theodore Roosevelt, born 1858. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, born 1882, descended from King Edward of England. Richard Nixon, connects through the Prince of England, and his wife, Isabel. George Herbert Walker Bush, born 1924, father of President George W. Bush, was son of Prescott Sheldon Bush and Dorothy Walker. 4 generations of the name Bulkeley trace to Grosvenor, Charlton, Mallory, and Margaret de Clare, granddaughter of Edward I and Queen Eleanor. With what is illustrated above should give you a good idea of the world system we are living in. Satan has all these people working for him in some way or another, and they are living lavish lifestyles. But according to Jesus Christ, what profit a man to gain the world and lose his soul? These people know what they are doing. It was mentioned that they acknowledge the lake of fire, as a party they are going to, that would last forever. That statement should show how evil these people are, just as how Satan lied to the 1/3, it is the same way he is lying to the human race, and in so doing, using these people to do so. Famous Freemasons of Combermere Lodge. Sir John J.C. Abbott, Prime Minister of Canada; Edwin Aldrin, astronaut; Miguel Alemán, Mexican President; Neil Armstrong, astronaut; Gene Autry, actor; James C. Baker, Bishop, Methodist Church, organized First Wesley Foundation in U.S., Hosea Ballou, founder, Universalist Church; Lawrence Bell, founder of the Bell Aircraft Corporation; Eduard, President of Czechoslovakia. Sir Robert L. Borden, Sir Mackenzie Bowell, Canadian Prime Minister, Preston Bradley, founder of the People's Church, James Buchanan, President of the U.S., Father Francisco Calvo, Catholic priest who started Freemasonry in Costa Rica in 1865, George Canning, British Prime Minister, Walter P. Chrysler founded the Chrysler Corporation, Winston Churchill, British Prime Minister, Samuel L. Clemens aka Mark Twain, American author, Duke Ellington, American jazz composer, Hugh Evans, National Head of the Presbyterian Church USA, Geoffrey Fisher, 99th Archbishop of Canterbury, President of the World Council of Churches 1946 to 1954, Gerald R. Ford, 38th President of the U.S., Glenn Ford, U.S. movie actor, Henry Ford founded Ford Motor Company, Benjamin Franklin, one of 13 Masonic signers of the Constitution of the U.S., Frederick II, the Great King of Prussia, Eugene Frank, Methodist Bishop, John Hancock, one of 9 Masonic signers of Declaration of Independence, Warren G. Harding, 29th President of the U.S., Harry Houdini, magician, James B. Irwin, American astronaut, Thomas Jefferson, President of the U.S., Andrew Johnson, 17th President of the U.S., Benito Juarez, President of Mexico, David Kalakaua, King of the Hawaiian Islands, Francis Scott Key, he wrote the U.S. national anthem, King Charles XIII, King of Sweden, King Edward VII, King of England, King Edward VIII, King of England, King Frederick VIII, King of Denmark, King George II of Greece, King George IV, King of England, King George VI, King of England, King Gustav V, King of Sweden, King Kamehameha V of Hawaii, King Leopold I of Belgium, King Oscar II, King of Sweden, King William I of Prussia, King William II of the Netherlands, Sir Thomas Lipton, founder of the Lipton Tea Company, Titus Lowe, President of Methodist Council of Bishops, Sir John A. Macdonald, Prime Minister of Canada, James Madison, President of the U.S., Richard Nixon, President of the U.S., Roy Rogers, American actor, Peter Sellers, English actor, Jack Warner, founder of Warner Brothers. Another listing to show the fact of the Illuminati and Freemasons influencing society worldwide, and this is what people are voting for, even towards the formation of the New World Order, with the present political system, giving regards to the roots of the political activities, the above, in giving details to subjects' profile and commitment to the Freemasons and Illuminati agenda, as the details give and provide evidence that the political society worldwide is connected to the agenda. With reference to the nature of the system and the activities associated with it, we have no choice in the effort of our survival, to partake in the products and service that is provided by these people. In this case, as partakers, we have to be wise as a serpent and harmless like a dove, that is to say, saying a word of prayer before consuming anything in Jesus Christ's name. It is advisable. Doing this would safeguard you from the elements and energy of the product or service. To this effect, the Lord's Prayer have prominence, as this prayer covers us for the day. As mentioned previously, the Lord's Prayer is suited for the fast-track lifestyle. People have to pay attention to the nature of the system, and observe that the settings is fast. Due to technology, this is intended to take people away from the truth. Ask any amount of people if they acknowledge the order of grace, and in so doing living gracefully. There are people who would ignore the statement, and some would acknowledge, because the point is, there are people who do not make the grace conversation a topic of interest, and due to the distractions in the system, have some people programmed, so the programmed people, would not be interested in the subject of grace, because of worldliness. This is what the sin gene is doing. At the same time, Adam and Eve passed that sin gene unto us. In Adam and Eve acting disobedient, the sin gene attached itself to their blood supply in principle, just as how the God gene was set connected to man's blood supply, to have man conduct in goodness and righteousness, but with the sin gene instilled, through the act of disobedience, corrupted their lives, as the blood in every creature is the life, and that is the order of conduct that is set by Jesus Christ, to save people. The system is set to eliminate people of their salvation, with diverse applications that would misconduct people, as this is what life is about, conduct, but the system give people the impression that life is about money, and that is an obstacle in the human race way. Once people read their scriptures, they would understand the system better, and analyze worldly elements, which are the elements to depart from, and in so doing, living in the world and not being part of it, with the scripture lifestyle, people would be preserving their salvation, which salvation starts with approval set from 30% goodness and righteousness, living the scripture lifestyle as being wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove, which action is working around the system with simplicity. The worldly lifestyle some people are taking for granted have serious consequences, to the effect of them going to the lake of fire. Listing above of the people who have sold their souls, would regret that decision. Statements of blasphemy. Jay-Z said that Satan is our true Lord, and that only idiots believe in Jesus. November 2017. He also said that God created Lucifer to be the bearer of truth and light, and that Jesus never existed, but was merely a tool created by smart people to control dumb people. President Obama, quote, "Ordinary men and women are too small-minded to govern their own affairs. The order and progress can only come when individuals surrender their rights to an all-powerful sovereign." Creflo Dollar told his assembly that in sowing a seed, the seed should be money, not prayer, not fasting, and he had the people in his audience repeat the statement. Oprah Winfrey said that Jesus Christ is not the only way. Likewise, T.D. Jakes said the same thing. This is proof towards the structure of political Babylon, and as mentioned, the influence these people will have on world affairs, would have drastic measures, as people protesting would not be considered. Nobody is going to stop the New World Order from coming into effect. The most and best thing people can do is make themselves approve to the 30% requirement, and be separate from the world. These people are going to the lake of fire. They acknowledge Satan as God, and doing his will. With economics, commerce, and technology. Chapter 5. Ecclesiastical Babylon. The next important pillar in Babylon's system is the denominational societies, who as people preaching a ministry according to their own will, this obstacle of what is known as religion, is assisting in eliminating people of their 30% approval. The ministry is not right, as a lot of times their ministry is of prosperity, when the ministry should be of principality. This assembly society is actually misconducting people in principle, due to the administration of some of them. Proof to this is the fact that the ministers are not following the requirements according to grace in the New Testament, and there are people who are not aware of that. Examples to that are as follows. Earlier Cesar Borgia was mentioned, to the effect that he is hailed as Jesus Christ. With the exposure of Cesar Borgia profile of this fact, why is it not made a topic? The School of Theology cannot teach this fact. And on the 25th of December Cesar Borgia is honored, the people encouraging this action is definitely working for Satan, because they have the scriptures in their hand, and the book of Revelation chapter 1 verse 15 and chapter 2 verse 18, confirm the fact that Jesus Christ is of a dark complexion, and this is a common act among some denominations. Mary is not God, but they do not preach that doctrine. Idol worship is evident as the personalities are not the figure of the actual person. The 1st of January is not real. They should know this, but they do not educate people about the true facts. These false teachings represent obstacles in people's way, as again this system is set to misconduct people, avoiding people the liberty of attaining 30% approval. People have to understand that this system is a fabrication, to destroy your salvation. The 10% tithe contribution is not confirmed in the New Testament, therefore this action should not be dealt with. Astrology, which is listed among the abominations in the book of Deuteronomy 18 verse 10. Verse 10, there shall not be found among you any one that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or that useth divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch. Expressed as an observer of times, which is astrology, with people reading the scriptures for themselves, asking God in Jesus Christ's name for wisdom and understanding, would get wisdom and understanding. People need the knowledge of the scriptures to know who these people are. They can be known by their doctrine, as follows. Victoria Austin, in a sermon said that, quote, "You are coming to church to please yourself, not God. That is a self-righteous statement." Creflo Dollar said, "We have the ability to speak things into existence, just like God did." Also he said, "The real me is just like God. We cannot speak things into existence. Only God can do that." Joyce Meyers on ABC's Nightline April 13, 2010, said, that when people give money to the ministry, they would get back more. This is not true. Jesus Christ said, "All who are heavy laden, come to me and I will give you rest." Jesse Duplantis JDM broadcast, September 13, 2012. He said in a sermon that God asked him for his opinion. No man counsels God. Larry Hutch said in an interview, that Jesus is not the only begotten Son of God. He said that because he is working for Satan, he is even speaking like him. Kenneth Copeland, on TBS Praise-a-thon, April 1988, said that God is the biggest failure in the Bible. Outrageous. Benny Hinn in a crusade healed a woman of polio. After the crusade he was interviewed, and was told that the woman had no polio. Before he claimed to heal her, he asked the interviewer, "Why did you send her?" Joseph Prince in a sermon told his congregation, that they are all going to heaven. He does not know the names that are written in the book of life. People have to make themselves aware, to work around the system, and at the same time to make themselves approved. What is illustrated up to now, should be enough evidence for people to be wise of the system they are living in. A lot of the politicians are Freemasons and Illuminati. Likewise, from the above listing, there are members of the denominational bodies. That fact is evident as there are leaders of political and denominational bodies, meeting with the Pope. That in our time means the forming of the one world religion. Take for example, Pope Francis meets with Kenneth Copeland and James Robison, June 24, 2014, after the pontiff met with Joel Osteen and other religious leaders. Buddhist monk Aryawuntha Phaiwansa, a participant of an interfaith leaders meeting with Pope Francis, leaves the Archbishop's residence Tuesday, November 28, 2017, in Yangon, Myanmar. Pope Francis spoke to interfaith leaders of unity in diversity in a 40-minute meeting with Buddhist, Hindu, Muslim, Christian and Jewish leaders. In Yangon, Pope Francis met with Patriarch Neophyte, head of the Bulgarian Orthodox Church, along with metropolitans and bishops of the Holy Synod, May 5, 2019, in the Palace of the Holy Synod in Sofia. Pope Francis meets with Russell M. Nelson March 9, 2019, President of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, at the Vatican. The meeting with the Pope lasted 33 minutes. We talked about our mutual concern for the people who suffer throughout the world and want to relieve human suffering, Nelson said. We talked about the importance of religious liberty, the importance of the family, our mutual concern for the youth, for the secularization of the world and the need for people to come to God and worship Him, pray to Him and have the stability that faith in Jesus Christ will bring in their lives. These are the same people who are not eulogizing the Jesus Christ of the book of Revelation chapter 1 verse 15, and Revelation chapter 2 verse 18, because the person they are highlighting is not of a dark complexion. That is the reality of that fact. It is just as how they made the wrong thing right. It looks right, but at the culmination, it is equal to the lake of fire. The activities of the Pope basically to ignite or contribute to the igniting of the one world religion. Pope Francis meets with Mufti of Jerusalem Muhammad Ahmad Hussein, Abdul Azim Salhab, head of the Waqf Supreme Court, near the Dome of the Rock Mosque. The Pope met with the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Sheikh Mohammed Hussein at the Haram al-Sharif, also known as the Dome of the Rock. He said a visit to the Holy Land would not be complete without a meeting with the Muslim communities. Pope Francis met with Orthodox ecumenical leader, Patriarch Bartholomew, at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, Middle East. Pope's visit to Israel to highlight interfaith dialogue. With Babylon system, idol worship is common with diverse denominations, again another obstacle to pervert people's salvation. Also in general, Satan transforming his angels into angels of light, to deceive many. This and more activities are the display of Satan's state of mind towards God, as acting with disobedience, and people have to bear in mind that the system is set to rob you of your salvation. The attachments that make up the system are disguised for people to sin in some way or another. That is why awareness is the key for people to work around the system, and the key is found in the New Testament, from Matthew to Revelation. That is the part of the Bible that is saving your life, as it contain the doctrine of grace, which doctrine Jesus Christ gave to us, for the saving of our souls, as it is written, by grace are ye saved. On this note, it must be mentioned again, that the Old Testament, from Genesis to Malachi, is not left out, as this part of the Bible contain the contents of the law. The contents of the law is the support for the contents of grace, that is to say, whatever the law illustrate, grace confirms. Therefore the entirety of the scriptures must be read to understand the nature and purport of it. For this reason as well and more, Jesus Christ said, that He did not come to remove the law, else there would be no support and no illustration. The contents of the law have the information about Satan being cast out of heaven, also the events of the flood, God delivering Israel from Egypt. If the law was removed, meaning also the contents, then people would not be knowledgeable about certain events and activities. For this reason and more, Jesus Christ said that He did not come to remove the law. Exhortation is given to people to read the entirety of the scriptures, in an orderly manner, as in one chapter a day, from Genesis to Revelation, asking God in Jesus Christ's name to comprehend the nature of it. This is the sure way to win the system in principle, which is related to conduct in goodness and righteousness, and at the same time making oneself approved. Chapter 6. Lifestyle. This area Satan is grossing a lot. The lifestyle speak for itself. It is diverse in a lot of ways, from head to foot. This is a culture that demand people to ask themselves, how do I look? Related to pride and glory, as the scriptures caution on this culture as well, as in do not adorn yourself, and do not glorify yourself. Keep in view that this present system is set to counteract God's way. Braids. 1 Timothy chapter 2 verse 9. Verse 9, in like manner also, that the women adorn themselves in modest apparel, with propriety and moderation, not with braided hair or gold or pearls or costly clothing. This verse is directed to the order of fellowship, and also directed to Babylon lifestyle in a direct way. The requirements of the verse is not considered with Babylon system, nor with some denominations, and as charity begins at home and ends abroad, the instruction is for the public. 1 Peter 3 verse 3. Verse 3, do not let your adornment be merely outward arranging the hair, wearing gold, or putting on fine apparel. With reference to this verse, apparel, clothing, is notable as worldly. This is another obstacle that is depriving people of their salvation. Braids industry is a big industry, as a lot of women especially are involved in this fashion, another obstacle to rob people of their salvation, as it is against the scriptures. Credits given to hairstyles are as follows: Greece with the halo braid in the 1st century, Native Americans with pigtail braids in the 5th century, Europe with the crown braid from 1066 to 1485, China with the staircase braid from 1644 to 1912. Makeup. As the scripture's principle is that one must not adorn nor glorify themselves, this application is about doing that, and it see to be a nice way out for women to make themselves up different. The principle is that the figure of the person is not favored. The first use of cosmetics is traced to the ancient Egyptians. There are Egyptian tombs that contain makeup canisters and kits in their depiction. Cleopatra used lipstick. Other women used clay mixed with water to color their lips. Egyptians' use of coal, where men and women would paint the coal, a mixture of metal, lead, copper, ash and burnt almonds. The circles of coal was to keep off evil spirits and was also used to avert desert sun. Around the end of the 19th century, only prostitutes and lower-class women use color on their lips, cheeks, or eyes. Elizabeth I of England, with her white face, women who used the lead-based ceruse often ended up with muscle paralysis or in their graves. The 20th century products today, lipsticks, mascaras, and nail polishes, are main attachments of obstacles in the way, where women glory in enhancing themselves. This is to show how the system is set, to deprive people of attaining 30% goodness and righteousness, through the principle or conduct pertaining to the use of makeup. Queen Victoria made a public statement that makeup was vulgar and improper, due to its connection with prostitutes. Asbestos, known cancer causer, was found in concealer as well as sparkly makeup marketed to kids at Claire's. Claire's also voluntarily recalled some of its eyeshadow and face powder after asbestos was found in those products as well. Parabens are also common in shampoo, shaving cream, moisturizers, and other makeup. Cosmetic makers switched to paraben-free formulations, but that doesn't mean they're better. A chemical called 1,4-dioxane is not put in cosmetics. but it can show up as part of the makeup manufacturing process, and is dangerous. Coal tar dyes can irritate the skin and make people go blind. The FDA says in its warning on eye cosmetic safety, there are no color additives approved by FDA for permanent dyeing or tinting of eyelashes and eyebrows. Coal tar hair dyes are made with petroleum. Consideration have to be given to the elite people who belong to societies that manufacture products to corrupt or destroy the human race. Take note of this comment, by Scott Faber, Senior Vice President of Government Affairs. Tuesday, May 5, 2020, chemicals and contaminants linked to cancer can be found in food, water, and many other everyday products. However, no category of consumer products is subject to less government oversight than cosmetics and other personal care products. Although many of the chemicals and contaminants in cosmetics and personal care products likely pose little risk, exposure to some has been linked to serious health problems, including cancer. Since 2009, 595 cosmetics manufacturers have reported using 88 chemicals, in more than 73,000 products, that have been linked to cancer, birth defects, or reproductive harm. Many of these chemicals should be banned from cosmetics, as proposed in California Assembly Bill 2762, the Toxic-Free Cosmetics Act. Among the toxic chemicals that should be banned are formaldehyde, a known carcinogen; paraformaldehyde, a type of formaldehyde; methylene glycol, a type of formaldehyde; quaternium 15, which releases formaldehyde; mercury, which can damage the kidneys and nervous system; dibutyl and diethyl hexylphthalates, which disrupt hormones and damage the reproductive system; isobutyl and isopropyl parabens, which disrupt hormones and harm the reproductive system. As can be seen, they are not only misconducting people, but also endangering people. Shaving. Shaving around or behind the ear and beard, when taking a haircut, is another obstacle which is spoken in the book of Leviticus. Leviticus 19 verse 27, Verse 27, You shall not shave around the sides of your head, nor shall you disfigure the edges of your beard. That verse explains itself, yet still people are not advised to act accordingly. The illustration from the Old Testament, which is the subject of no shaving around the sides of your head and disfiguring the edges of your beard, the statement from the book of Leviticus is from the Old Testament, the contents of the law. To confirm the action, the confirmation have to be found in the New Testament, which is in the book of 1 Corinthians. 1 Corinthians chapter 11 verse 14. Verse 14 does not even nature itself teach you that if a man has long hair, it is a dishonor to him? The New Testament gave the confirmation in question form. The attachment to this action is the lifestyle pertaining to obtaining a job, where the requirements with some jobs are to have a haircut and shave. Another obstacle to avoid salvation, with some hairstyles, those that are involve shaving at the temples, around the ear, on the surface of the head to engrave some image, is corruption according to the scriptures. Notice male factors of assemblies. A most likely profile you would see is a man with a low haircut, with or without beard or the corners of the beard disfigured, meaning shaved to a particular fashion, and around the ear shaved. This according to them is how a male factor should look, which is opposite to the scriptures. Attachment to avoid people attaining 30% righteousness. This is the game Satan is playing. 2 Samuel 10 verse 4, Wherefore Hanun took David's servants, and shaved off the one half of their beards, and cut off their garments in the middle, even to their buttocks, and sent them away. 2 Samuel 10 verse 5, when they told it unto David, he sent to meet them, because the men were greatly ashamed, and the king said, Tarry at Jericho until your beards be grown, and then return. David let them know that they have to grow their beards, for this kind of reason, in assuming a subject or matter, the contents of the law can be observed to bring about confirmation and clarity. Hence, when Jesus Christ said, he did not come to remove the law, definitely it is for a couple reasons. That is why I term the law as a support. In typifying the illustration with the beard, it is evident that a man beard is his distinction. This illustration is comparable to a male lion and a female lioness, where the male lion have a mane, and the female lioness does not have a mane. With the system generated by economics and commerce, there is, for example, the office executive. This occupation is used for an illustration. There are office executives that shave their beards, to suit the nature and profile of the job, and there are the situations where it is a requirement, for male factors to shave their beards. Another obstacle in the way, that might seem necessary, the same apply to the women wearing makeup. Occupations related to the military services have this requirement, along with other occupations. That is how the system is set and arranged, for people to deny themselves one way or another. The above scripture is to show how important it is for a man to have a beard, as his beard is his distinction. This action represents principality which is related to conduct. Tattoo. Leviticus 19 verse 28. Verse 28, you shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor tattoo any marks on you. I am the Lord. This action is very popular with certain people, and the system have it as an item or service, according to what is said in Leviticus 19 verse 28. For that action there are people who are in trouble, as in not observing the law to the effect of clarification. This action is enhanced through the movies a lot, and with celebrities. Then it reaches the public, and it becomes popular, like having the newest brand footwear. This action is governed by pride. This is another example for us to observe the law. In observing the law we are not under the law, else being under the law would mean conducting animal sacrifice, but as the contents of grace, which is the New Testament, confirm Jesus Christ crucifixion as the ultimate sacrifice, we ought to go according to the New Testament, as our salvation is contained there. At the same time there is no confirmation for the use of tattoo stated in the New Testament, therefore that action should not be conducted. As said, there are a lot of obstacles and attachments in the system to hinder people path of salvation. Wine. 1 Timothy 5, verse 23. Verse 23, no longer drink only water, but use a little wine for your stomach's sake and your frequent infirmities. Nothing is wrong with the use of alcohol, but the verse is expressing caution towards the amount to be consumed. This is the reason why drinking some wine is not wrong. Jesus Christ himself drank wine. Matthew 11 verse 19. Verse 19, the Son of Man came eating and drinking, and they say, Look, a glutton and a wine-bibber, a friend of tax collectors and sinners. But wisdom is justified by her children. But this action of drinking wine in excess is the obstacle, which would encourage people to act with actions of self-righteousness. The fashions of clothes speak for itself. There are designs that pertain to nakedness and sexual enticement. This is another way for people to deprive themselves of their salvation. With some manufacturers, their products are energy-driven, and according to a person condition, that individual can be a victim of eulogizing and advertising an obstacle. These obstacles do not appear harmful, but in principle, it is leading to destruction. With reference to apparel, Deuteronomy 22 verse 5. A woman shall not wear anything that pertains to a man, nor shall a man put on a woman's garment, for all who do so are an abomination to the Lord your God. This verse is from the contents of the law, the Old Testament. We are not under the law, and so for this instruction to be confirmed according to grace, the illustration must be typified. To do that, what is written about a woman not wearing clothing that pertain to a man, the confirmation must be found in the New Testament, which would be in 1 Timothy 2 verse 9, as there is a confirmation. 1 Timothy 2 verse 9. Verse 9, in like manner also, that women adorn themselves in modest apparel, with shamefacedness and sobriety, not with braided hair, or gold, or pearls, or costly array. A woman therefore should not wear pants. Observe the emphasis in the verse. Women adorn themselves in modest apparel and sobriety. As I can recall, women started wearing pants in 1965 thereabout. I could remember that it was an issue then, but as time progressed it is a regular format of attire. This is another obstacle for people to lose their salvation. With the lifestyle people are programmed, and the media have a lot to do with it. This is the platform for programming people. What people see or hear on the media attract them, and they of themselves get attached or corrupt. In other words, the manufacturing and trading of products and services are from people who belong to societies serving an agenda. That why, as mentioned before, people should give thanks to Jesus Christ for the things they acquire, that is, being wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove, also winning the fight of principality, pertaining to negative energy-driven product. Food and drinks. This is an industry that is impacting on people all the time. Presently, with the ingredients that are compounded, is corrupt in couple of ways against the human race, which generate medical circumstances that have attachments that intersect with people moral and social lives. This industry is capitalized by the people who use the society to their own convenience. The people who have taken the oath in satanic organizations are part of the agenda to configure these products to manipulate people. For their purpose, some contaminated ingredients found in food and drink products are as follows. Bisphenol A, BPA, is a chemical found in the plastic containers of many common foods and beverages. Studies prove that BPA can get out of these containers and into the food or beverage. Trans fats are the unhealthiest fats you can eat. They're made by pumping hydrogen into unsaturated oils in order to turn them into solid fats. Studies have repeatedly proved that trans fat consumption causes inflammation and negative effects on the heart. Mercury in fish. Seafood consumption is the largest contributor to mercury accumulation in humans, result of the chemical working its way up the food chain in the sea. Mercury accumulates in the bodies of those larger fish, which are eventually eaten by humans. Mercury is a neurotoxin, meaning it causes damage to the brain and nerves. Mac and cheese. Banned ingredients. Coloring agents yellow 5 and yellow 6 studies prove that artificial food coloring causes allergies. Sports drinks. Banned ingredients. Coloring blue 1 and blue 2. Fat-free chips. Banned ingredient, Olestra, also known as olean. In a 2011 Purdue University study, rats fed foods containing olean ate more overall and gained more weight than those fed a high-fat diet including regular, full-fat chips. Citrus. Flavored sodas. Banned ingredient. BVO, also known as brominated vegetable oil, This food additive, which works as an emulsifier in beverages, has bromine, the same ingredient used with some flame retardants in furniture and plastics. BVO may also cause buildup in fatty tissues and create reproductive and behavioral problems. Flatbreads and wraps. Banned ingredient: potassium bromate, also known as brominated flour. Potassium bromate speeds up the bread making process and cuts costs for manufacturers. Boxed pasta mixes. Banned ingredient: azotocarbonamide. This chemical has been linked to asthma and is banned in Singapore, Australia, the UK, and most European countries. If food producers exercise patience for wheat to whiten naturally on its own, instead of adding this to fast-track flour's bleaching process, cereal snack mixes. Banned ingredients: BHA and BHT. These preservatives increases the risk of cancer. Non-organic yogurt. Banned ingredients: RBGH and RBST. Non-organic yogurts come from dairy cows that have been given growth hormones RBGH and RBST to boost milk product. Unfortunately, these also boost the level of another hormone called insulin-like growth factor, IGF-1. Whole grocery store chicken. Banned ingredient: arsenic, found in chicken feed. Indirectly consuming these drugs can cause antibiotic-resistant infections in humans. Ingredient in processed foods: partially hydrogenated oil. This ingredient, partially hydrogenated oils, boost bad cholesterol, known agents of heart disease, diabetes, nutritional deficiencies, and cellular deterioration. These serious side effects, food manufacturers add to their products because it reduces costs, increases products' shelf life, and stabilizes the flavor. Artificial sweeteners are linked to an increased risk of type 2 diabetes, sodium nitrate, and sodium nitrite. These two additives are used as colorants to preserve shelf life of meats like hot dogs, bacon, sausage, and lunch meat. These chemicals mix with your stomach acid, form cancer-causing cells, that is associated with oral, stomach, brain, and bladder cancers. Brain-damaging pesticide not sold in California. February 6, 2020, Kellogg's decides to take out the herbicide glyphosate to dry oats and wheat before harvest. Kraft Heinz just sent a clear message to parents, quote, "Your worries about phthalate contamination in our food chain isn't our problem." Trump, FDA, eating foods with toxic PFAS chemicals not a concern, that is how they think. Manipulating the public is their interest, as the money is with the public. 2019, 10 food manufacturers and retailers have joined EWG's petition to sharply limit glyphosate residues allowed on oats. Glyphosate detection in wheat, grain, and beans products. Percent of samples with glyphosate: pizza 90, wheat flour 88, crackers 84, fresh pasta 84, cooked pasta 83, dried pasta 80, oats 75, chickpea flour 70, lentils 67. The AAP reported 5 chemical of concern: bisphenols, such as BPA, phthalates, makes plastics soft, perfluoroalkyl chemicals, or PFCs, which are found in grease-proof wrappers and packaging, perchlorate, found in food packaging, and nitrates and nitrites, curing agents found in some meats. With reference to the production of food and drinks, it is evident that the system in manufacturing products is set towards corruption and destruction, supporting the medical industry at the same time. That industry, the medical industry, is a topic by itself. The fast food industry is a part of the food chain, as some people would know is contaminated. The meals may have a pleasant appearance, but when we partake in fast food menus, the reality is we are running a risk. Because of what was mentioned previously, fast food is often made with cheaper ingredients such as high-fat meat, refined grains, and added sugar. Manufacturers process the raw ingredients, hydrogenated oils, trans fats and monosodium glutamate for taste, also prolonging the shelf life. Foods such as hamburgers and pizza can be considered either healthy or junk food depending on their ingredients and preparation methods. Obesity, an epidemic and unhealthy lifestyle of youngsters, resulting in rising incidence of juvenile obesity, said a survey conducted by a healthcare firm. The survey stated that at least 40% of children aged 5 to 9 years, teenagers aged 10 to 14 years and adolescents aged 15 to 17 years are overweight or obese. The study reveals that 84% of girls and 82% of boys are physically and emotionally affected by weight issues. That is what I was saying earlier, of the administration manipulating people, for whatever purpose. Health hazards due to addiction to fast foods are: 1. High cholesterol. Foods with trans fat and calories increases bad cholesterol. 2. Obesity. Increased trans fat and calories in fast food causes weight gain and high BMI or body mass index. 3. High BP or hypertension. Increased sodium content in fast foods may lead to high BP and adverse effect on liver, kidney, and heart. 4. Block in arteries and cardiac failure. Increased fast food consumption may lead to plaque formation in blood vessels, otherwise called atherosclerosis, and even cardiac failure. 5. Headaches, migraines. Processed meats contains nitrates and nitrites, MSGs, which increases blood flow and slowly leads to high pressure in head, leading to headaches or migraine attacks. 6. Depression. According to study done by University College of London, fast foods are devoid of essential nutrients like folate, antioxidants, etc., which are necessary for mental health. The preservatives, emulsifiers, thickeners, abilizers and flavor-enhancing agents deteriorate mental well-being of a person and may cause depression. 7. Sexual dysfunction. Fatty acids in fast food may adversely affect female ovulation, sperm count, and libido. 8. Food poisoning. Processed meats can contain E. coli and salmonella in it. After antibiotic therapy, the toxins produced by these bacteria may produce ill effects to chronic renal or kidney failure and even death. 9. Fast food addiction may lead to unhealthy, depressed, and sedentary lifestyle. DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, is the hereditary material in all cells, and is found in animals and plants. Likewise, food, DNA testing in the food chain, purpose, the identification of allergenic material, the detection of adulteration, and the identification of microbes that cause foodborne diseases. It can be used for traceability purposes. On January 15, 2013, the Food Safety Authority of Ireland reported that horse DNA was discovered in frozen beef burgers sold in Irish and British supermarkets. The burgers were labeled containing beef. Meat contamination can either be by mistake or purposely done. To date, more than 23 EU countries are involved and extends as far as Hong Kong. There are cases of breeds with the same DNA profile. Due to genetic hybridization, this is accomplished by crossbreeding. This is common in livestock. It is difficult to track meat products. Because of genetic hybridization, DNA testing may not differentiate to come about a confirmation. Chemicals in contents. Polydimethylsiloxane. This additive is in most fast food and fountain drinks. It is also used in caulks and adhesives. Shellac is a shiny glossy coat on cars or nail polish. It is also on jelly beans and glazed candy. This shiny substance is a secretion from a Thailand insect, named Cariolaca. Ammonia, a toxic chemical used to clean and kill germs. Companies spray meat with ammonia to kill bacteria, and it is not sure to be on the label. Gelatin is made from collagen, a protein taken from animal skins, often pigs. Silicon dioxide is of sand, and in your food, and found in powdered foods to absorb any clump-forming moisture. Castoreum, usually marked on labels as natural flavoring, it is actually beaver anal gland secretions, which is used to flavor food and perfumes. Carmine is a red food coloring made from cochineal bugs. Brominated vegetable oil contains bromine, which is found in toxic flammable retardant. Titanium dioxide, dressings contain titanium dioxide, is also used in sunblock and paint, also in icing and coffee creamer. Phthalates are plasticizing chemicals in most fruits and vegetables. Crushed beetles, cochineal extract is made from crushing dried female cochineal beetles, to give a bright red coloring to food and cosmetics. It can be found in lipstick, Pop-Tarts, candies, gelatin, juices, herbal teas and even pink yogurt. Methylparaben is a chemical found in dog urine and sex pheromones, and is used as preservatives in food and makeup, and is a preservative in beer, wine, and cosmetics. Sodium bisulfite, which is a combination of sulfur dioxide and sodium carbonate, sodium bisulfite, known to cause allergic reactions and some cases death. It has been banned from use in fruits and vegetables. It is found in wine, potato chips, other potato products. Ammonium sulfate is a chemical fertilizer, also used in restaurant sandwich breads. This is the way society is being served, with the business purpose of business people doing whatever they see fitting towards manufacturing and providing services, is to accumulate on the dollar. Therefore in this case the people are the products, being programmed for the item. To this effect there are private lodges with business orientation such as, the Holden Lodge meets at Freemasons Hall, their Masonic counterparts is National Westminster. Financiers and businessmen attend these meetings. There are more than 8,000 lodges. Lloyd's Insurance Market administrate the Luton Lodge. Share traders have lodges as well. Members congregate at the City of London Club, on the first Thursday of February, October, and December. The Bank of England also has its own lodge. There is also a Masonic business directory, for the sake of networking. Fashion. Deceptions and obstacles are all over this system. There are some fashions meant to deceive. This industry has a great influence over some people, and at the same time through the manner of conduct, towards the profile of the clothing, the analysis would be labeled as misconduct, especially pertaining to the fashion of the dress code, which illustrates nakedness, lust, sex, violence, pride etc. With manufacturers who belong to the occult, manufacturing clothing that are energy-driven, in some way or another to pose as an obstacle, to avoid people from attaining salvation, by misconducting them, with the demons that was mentioned previously. There are demons that tutor the human race towards lifestyle, such as Armoros, fallen angel who teaches the resolving of enchantments, Bifrons, fallen angel that teaches mathematical arts, Buer, fallen angel who teaches philosophy, Forcas, fallen Angel who teaches logic and ethics, Farzub. Fallen angel of fornication and lust, Renob. Fallen angel who teaches rhetoric and art, Salas. Fallen angel who teaches astronomy. With clothing, these demons have a hand in the teaching of the art or skill, therefore they would transmit their energy and purport their energy in the clothes that are manufactured. Also previously, the illustrations was given towards society members owning businesses, like Time Warner logo, is symbolic to the all-seeing eye. The CBS network logo is displaying the all-seeing eye also, which is an Illuminati symbol. Suave logo, the 3 sixes can be seen displaying on the label. This is how they can control society as well. There are many other ways. The illustrations are provided to give you an idea of what you have to look out for, to separate from the things of the world. Occult symbols in jewelry have found prominence. These symbols have become mainstream in fashion, with societies as the Illuminati. Wearing occult symbols make people feel proud of themselves. High fashion is associated with witchcraft, designers like Vivienne Westwood and Gucci. It is not all the time that laws run a country. Signs and symbols have something to do with it, and not just running a country, but also programming the people. Through the fashion industry, people are programmed. People have to understand that they are the products of society, and the item on the shelf programs the product. People are the products, because people are used for different applications in the system. Just as how you would buy a product for use, it is the same way. The administration of the system use people for their purpose. That is the reason for people being the product. Along with this activity, they let the product pay the bills in the system. That is an example of how they use people as the product, because they are fit for use. So we can see why Satan deceived Adam and Eve, to do business with them and their descendants. If Adam and Eve didn't sin in the Garden of Eden, it is a most likely thing that we would not have clothes, as Adam and Eve, when they were created, didn't have clothes until the sin action took place. The sin they committed exposed their nakedness, as they were knowledgeable of their profile. The sin is the action of eating the fruit. The fruit contain the properties compounded to enhance knowledge. Adam and Eve was knowledgeable at their creation. Because they were alive and active in different ways, they were knowledgeable of the warning that God gave them towards eating the fruit. The contents of the fruit have the enhancement towards knowledge. The clothing of Adam and Eve was handed down to Enoch, and from Enoch it was handed down to Nimrod. So this is an industry Satan is capitalizing on, as the fashions are very worldly, and thereby people are caught in the worldly fashions. In so doing they through conduct are eliminating themselves of their salvation. Satan already boasts about it, that he would get a lot of people to carry them to hell. Satan already knows that he is fighting a losing battle, and his idea is to reign in hell than to serve in heaven. So he just want to carry as much people with him, as the human being is God's most important creation. The truth of the human race dress code is likened to the covering of the entire body. Some fashions are so enticed that people get programmed to it, and portray what they are not. They are not what they are illustrating. The system is using them as an illustration. It is they, the people involved, do not know that the illustration is about advertising Satan lifestyle or working for Satan in that way. The worst kind of deceit is when a person is talking and laughing with another person, with the inner intent to destroy the person, and that is what Satan is doing, creating a system that appear to be friendly, and is really the enemy. With this action, the system is a friendly enemy. Fashion is diverse in application, as with cloths, jewels, makeup, footwear, hairstyle. Satan is definitely in the fashion industry. The energy that the items are driven with interact with people physically, spiritually, and mentally. People would act with the main conduct to stay cloned to the item, exactly what Satan wants. The energy would enter into people by sight and touch. These items look just as an item on display. It is an item on display set to deceive people, and the energy of the item is working while on display, first to entice, then to clone, then to desire, then to purchase. Fashion display characters, occult symbols, pride, etc. With the energy of the item, people get different enticements, and conduct themselves according to the sinful energy principle. The item does the activation, and then people are activated, because they are in compromise with the item, as in desire, like and appreciate, come like they sold their rights to the principle of the item. With the fashion industry, dangers are in the midst. Models are beaten, drugged, sexual abuse. There are models that disappear as well. There is also a system, mind control, which is a system that is able to configure the human psyche into multiple personalities. With the same person, models like actors and people of other professions are used for different purposes. Like models, they advertise to people, according to their attire, misconduct, which would or contribute to people losing their salvation, as this is what the system is about as well. A warning came out about the messages behind Celine Dion's line of gender clothing for children, suggesting that the devil himself is on the new Baby Anisis and Kitty t-shirts. Patty Armstrong, an author, quote, "I'm convinced that the way this gender thing has spread is demonic. It's false. I don't even know how many genders there's supposed to be now, but there are only 2 that God made." Selinanunu is a website that advertise children clothing. This is the wording of their advertisement. Selinanunu unites 2 forces by one voice. Fashion has the power to shape people's minds. Inspire your children to be free and find their own individuality through clothes. Individuality in the advertisement pertains to gender. Yahoo Lifestyle wrote, "Some demonic secret message. It appears Dion's new line just favors minimalism in both shapes and colors. With their simple designs, the clothes are black and white. If anything, Dion is encouraging our children to be goth." Dilara Fine Dicoglu, a fashion designer, quote from an interview, "Your spring/summer 2018 show was labeled a satanic orgy by some Christian groups. What was it really about? Obviously I like occult symbols, but I didn't use them because I like doing satanic rituals. That's not what the show was about. It was about the illusion of the life that we're living. You are born, you study, you get a job, you get married, you have children and die, and this is what you do. It's so mechanical. This collection was about this illusion. I divided it, the world, into 7 groups: believers, rebels, thinkers, politicians, leaders, royals, and gods. When they come together, they create the illusion. I wanted to encourage people to see outside the bubble they're living in. I'm fighting to awaken people. How do your clothes help awaken people? I've always tried to balance deep ideas with beautiful garments, and this is a way of awakening people. If people are interested in wearing my garments, then maybe they'll want to know more about them and find out about new ideas. But even if you don't find out about the ideas, the clothes still have to fit nicely. I want to look good in my clothes, and I think that's the key to making them." Valentino said, "I know what women want. They want to be beautiful, and he was right. Ms. Findikoglu told Vogue magazine of her fascination with the occult and magic. Former Bishop of Rochester, Michael Nazir Ali, said the satanic aspect of the show was not acceptable and could lead people to areas where we don't want them to go. Christians will be outraged. This was not necessary to do. In the sense that Christ's name is being dishonored, it is blasphemous. That is an example of the fashion industry, and the activities associated to it. Dr. Adrian Hilton, quote, "How is it possible that a sacred space can be used for what can only be described as Lucifer lauding? How does hosting a satanic fashion show glorify God?" The energy that was discussed previously, along with the outlined details, should give a better view of how the energy work. That is the reason for people being the products, and the commodities being the items. Money. Mammon is another name related to money, material wealth, or any entity that promises wealth, associated with greed. Money originated early as in biblical times. It has extended to the climax of its status, as in respect and value, and highlighting itself as the main source of life. This is so because of the financial system, which is governed with the principle of economics and commerce. With this governance of money, people are bound to the administration of the system. They are the people who manage the money. The above previously on the subject of the rich families of the world, along with cooperations and politicians, are main attachments with the managing of the money system worldwide. With the influence that money have, it is very evident that some people are lovers of it, and thereby do evil things to attain it, the exact thing that Satan want, to get people convicted of sin and go to hell. That is what it is about. The deceiving of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden was all about what we are bearing witness to presently. Satan created a lifestyle for people to go to hell with him. He knows that he is going to hell, especially when he used Herod to try to kill Jesus Christ when he was a child. That should show how vicious he is. When Jesus Christ raised from the dead, Satan knew from that action of Jesus Christ raising from the dead, that the reality of hell is definite. Around now he is accumulating people for the fire. He is still lying, as there are people who belong to occult societies, say that hell is a place where they are going to party forever. Another lie is living in space, and of course evolution. In the business area there is something called extortion, which is business people selling a product for more than it is worth. A very good example of this is some preachers. They sell their item for the labeled price and more. That is how they advertise their item. Especially when a crisis is in a country, the prices of items automatically go up. That is extortion, and people enjoy robbing their neighbor at those sort of times. And the action of extortion is qualifying people for the lake of fire. It is just that some people are viewing that way. That is what the deception is about. It is hidden with pride, greed, and self-righteousness. The invention of paper money came into existence by Mayer Amschel Rothschild. He was a German Jewish banker, and founded the Rothschild banking dynasty. He started the central bank business. That is one of the family businesses. As previously stated, they own all the central banks worldwide. Jacob Rothschild boasted that the family is worth $500 trillion. That was a couple years ago. They are known for their satanic parties. This is not hidden, and with these kind of wealthy people involved in these secret societies, would motivate according to the prerogative of the society, hence the manufacturing of inferior items. They manufacture these items as part of the satanic agenda, to corrupt and have people convicted for the lake of fire. Money is the attachment for people to turn away from serving the Lord, because of the influence as in a purchase have to be made, to obtain an item, and as it is, some people have made the wrong decision, sold their souls, their rights, to gain the world. Rothschild family members are involved with Freemasons, another example to show how the Freemason society is influential, because of the type of people involved. So projects that need funding will be funded, because of the prominent financial status of some of the members. Through money Satan have people deceived, in this way money have replaced principality, configuring people to be programmed for the money rat race. The Concordia Lodge number 2492 was formed in 1893. The badge for Concordia Lodge displays the Rothschild symbol of the 5 arrows. It is possible that the Concordia Lodge may have been founded by the Rothschild family. The Concordia Lodge and Ferdinand de Rothschild Lodge are still in operation. Portrait sketch of Baron James Mayer de Rothschild, founder of the French branch of the Rothschild family, was advisor to 2 kings of France. He is also a Freemason, initiated in 1802, a member of the Emulation Lodge number 12 in London, England. He is a 33rd degree Mason. This is a comment by Pope Francis about the elite, quote, "The riches of the world today are in the hands of a minority, of the few, and poverty indeed, extreme poverty, and suffering are for the many. If hunger exists in the world, it is because the needs of the economic market come first. For instance, when keeping prices up means demanding that food be destroyed or thrown away. What is lacking," he said, "is a free and far-sighted business sense that assures adequate production and fair planning, which ensures fair distribution. The devil always enters people through the pockets with money. First comes the love for money, the scramble to own, then comes vanity and bragging about one's wealth, ending with pride, arrogance. This is how the devil operates in us." The Pope said, "Who is in control of the world economy? The few, which is the elite, the well-to families and business cooperations, that has gained the world." He also said that hunger would exist to protect the economy, as the economic market come first. This part to me looks like when the public have to pay the bill. The demonic nature of money is the social changes it brings about. The devil embodies our human desires, especially those that are linked to the material world. At its core, this represents a negative relationship with others or self. It also expresses some of our deepest, darkest, human feelings. Satan is giving people the impression that life is about money, when life is about principality, which is conduct in goodness and righteousness, which attachment is the order of grace. The Bible is subdivided into 2 categories, as in, the Old Testament from Genesis to Malachi is the contents of the law, and the New Testament from Matthew to Revelation is the contents of grace, and that is what life is about, living gracefully. Hence the reason for Satan setting up this system, to deceive people from the truth, and money has a lot to do with that. At the same time, for the love of it, nothing is wrong with having a lot of money. The wrong is the intent of the action in principle, which is how a person conduct themselves with it, righteous or wicked, and there is where he is getting people, because some people do not blame themselves for action they take to attain money. That is why people should read their Bible to know the truth, to know how to conduct themselves. Then, as Jesus Christ said, it is not his will that any should perish, because salvation starts at a person being 30% righteous. This is equated to this effect, as Jesus Christ said, some shall be given 30 folds, 60 folds, and 100 folds, Everybody is getting pay according to their works. People getting 30 folds are 30% righteous. Likewise, people getting 60 folds are 60% righteous, and people getting 100 folds are 100% righteous. This is what Satan is tampering with, setting up a system to avoid people of adding 30% righteousness. This is what this system is about. If the human race was not created, Satan and his demons would be waiting to go in the lake of fire, but the mercy of the Lord endure forever, as at the creation of man, Satan was instructed to bow to man, and he said he is not doing that, because man is less attributed than him. This is stated in the book of Enoch. Satan asked Enoch to write a petition asking for forgiveness, and he doesn't want to bow to man to obtain favor from the Lord. When God didn't answer Satan on the occasion when he gave the petition to Enoch, is because God know what is in Satan's heart. Satan would be bound for 1,000 years. After the 1,000 years, he would be released. On his release, he would go about deceiving the nations. On this occasion as well, he is throwing away salvation. God released him for a reason, but Satan is ignorant and self-willed. If he doesn't get the throne, he is ambitious to reign in hell. All of what is set up and happening on the earth is about the throne. It is just that some people might not be aware of that fact, but that is the fact. Satan is using business to destroy the earth. If he destroys the earth, he is destroying the lake of fire judgment, and money is generating the activity, hence the multitude of businesses, to keep people distracted with the money, and the devices money make the devices, as everything costs something. This is what people have to be aware of, and with that awareness they would know what to do. The Illuminati Society promises people riches when they join. On their website they advertise their business as follows: the eternal. Every human is one part of a larger, eternal design, individual gears in a clock that has no end. Though they may never realize it, a person's actions have the power to alter the future of the entire world. The living humans evolve at a rapid pace and continue to advance in ability through study, practice, and self-improvement. The human species is guarded by a coalition of its most elite members called the Illuminati. The pyramid, the root of all evil, can't be money. Money is the root to all freedom. The selfish pursuit of money is a hollow goal, but the pursuit of the goodness that money can create is one of humanity's greatest responsibilities. The light. Every human is guided by an inner compass that points toward the light, revealing truth and direction amidst decisions. All human spiritual beliefs ultimately seek the light in ways differing only in form and function. These are comments people have made who joined the Illuminati. Gene Stark: the Illuminati has pointed me in the direction to start my path of enlightenment. For that I am beyond grateful. The Illuminati is not just changing my life, we're changing mankind. Giselle Mason: I stand with the Illuminati now. Since then, I haven't feared going into college, and I've even spread the message to friends from all walks of life. It's good to know someone is watching humanity with best of intentions. Robert Burton: now I have family all around the globe, who share my passion to leave this world in a better state than we found it. I am beyond grateful. Notice no mention of serving Satan. People join for different reasons. The most popular reason is for money. This is the reason the scriptures said that there will be weeping, wailing, and gnashing of teeth. When these people see their reward, they would regret. Then they would know that Satan lied to them, like how he lied to Eve, and the 1/3 angels that followed him. Satan is enjoying this system because he created it, and is very proud of it. Chapter 7. Media. The media is one of the biggest obstacle in the human race way. They are in the position to manipulate people via their information. In that way they can program people for any occasion. The media at times do not tell people the whole truth about a subject or matter, and this could be for any reason according to their will. People learn about the worldly lifestyle on the media. That fact is evident. This is a web that Satan relies on a lot, as it is capable to transfer coverage at a fast rate with contents of deception. The media advertise life as a commercial and economical activity. This advertisement is important as it have attachments towards misconducting people to hell, as life really and truly is based on conduct in goodness and righteousness. There are a lot of simple things that will carry people to hell. This is what this system is about, deception, while people take it for granted by partaking and upholding the worldly lifestyle with pride. The media with a couple things make the wrong thing right, and the right thing wrong, but it is disguised and protected by the administration. The media yet still have to be complemented for the programming that is educational and beneficial for the human race. With the influence of secret societies members owning businesses, the filtering of content through the media is made possible to misconduct people. What have to be considered is that this system is designed to misconduct people. The media is just one source that have a lot of branches. People need to be more aware of the system and the prerogative of the agenda or agendas where applicable. The advantage the system have on people is the activity of focus. The economic and commercial sector is the distraction, giving people the impression that life is about the dollar, and that is what the deception is about. People focusing on the dollar, also willing to do anything for the dollar, motivating people without people even realizing it. The primary reason that support life is principality. The secondary reason is money. I express the primary and secondary reasons accordingly. Because we are living in a monetary system, we cannot escape that fact. But people coming into realization of the fact that conduct in goodness and righteousness should be the most important concern before money would manipulate the prerogative and agenda of the system. That is why Jesus Christ said that He is the way. With His gospel of grace, He has removed us from under the law into the category of grace. The doctrine of grace is the way out of this worldly system. On this note, people have to acknowledge the fact that the Bible is subdivided. The Old Testament from Genesis to Malachi is the contents of the law, and the New Testament from Matthew to Revelation is the contents of grace. The New Testament is the part of the Bible that is saving your life. The Old Testament is the part of the Bible that is supporting your life. Therefore the Old Testament is an illustration and the New Testament is the reality. That is to say, whatever the Old Testament illustrate, the New Testament confirm. For example, 10% tithe offering is contained in the Old Testament law. To administrate this action, the confirmation have to be in the New Testament. To this effect, there is no confirmation in the New Testament to give 10% of your earnings. As there is no confirmation in the New Testament about this action, in the New Testament, the instruction cannot and should not be conducted. If there was a confirmation in the New Testament, then the action could be dealt with. This is the kind of acknowledgement people should have. To read and understand the Scriptures to conduct themselves unto eternal life, because that is the reason God manifested Himself in flesh, coming in the name of Jesus Christ to save the human race, because Satan misconducted Adam and Eve to have control of the human race, and at the same time to carry God's most important creation to hell. Satan is using the human race in a systematic way to get out of the lake of fire judgment, and to destroy the earth. Doing that would win him the throne. It is evident therefore the whole system is Masonic influenced. With that influence they are involved in media worldwide like a lot of other businesses. Music. Satan is active in music, and the following would prove that fact. The devil is featured in music. During the 19th century, Gounod's Faust, in which the devil goes by the name Mephistopheles, Archangel of Light, is a title song of the classical musical with the same name. The Rolling Stones' Sympathy for the Devil features Mick Jagger speaking as the devil. NIB. By Black Sabbath is a song about the devil falling in love and totally changing, becoming a good person. Kanye West said during a concert, "I sold my soul to the devil, it came with a few toys like a Happy Meal." On this occasion Kanye West mentioned Michael Jackson selling his soul to Satan. Katy Perry was asked in an interview how she started in the music business. She said, "I sold myself to the devil." Eminem, "If I could take it back, I would never have rapped. I sold myself to the devil, I'll never get it back." That is lyrics to a song. Rihanna, "I am misunderstood a lot. My music, my image, the whole thing about me, maybe I'm a devil worshipper. They're reading into my hand over my eye in my album cover." Interviewer asked, "Why is your hand over your eye?" Rihanna replied, "Because I'm a devil worshipper. What are you talking about?" DMX sang that he sold his soul to the devil. Tupac said in one of his songs that he sold his soul to the devil. Other artists noted for selling their soul are Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, David Banner, selling their souls to the devil for riches and fame. A lot of the coverage that is advertised through the media are really satanic people practicing their skill. Beyoncé was made a goddess and is worshipped as a deity, having her own version of her Bible which is called the Bible. Her denomination is known as the National Church of Bay. The religion title is Bayism. Pauline John Andrews, the founder of the organization, said, "We are very disappointed in the failure of the public to recognize the existence of a divine deity walking among them. Deities often walk the earth in their flesh form. Beyoncé will transcend back to the spirit once her work here on Mother Earth has been completed." They believe that Beyoncé sits among the throne of gods. Jay-Z, another Satanist. People are protesting towards Jay-Z giving advice to move away from the Son of God. The lyrics are from a song titled Empire State of Mind. Quote, "Jesus can't save you. Life starts when the church ends." Jay-Z said, "Christians and their desire to be slaves. Christianity is a fake religion, built by expletive." Other people known for the selling of their soul are as follows. Ed Bradley interviewed Bob Dylan on 60 Minutes in 2005. Ed Bradley, "Why are you still out there making music and touring?" Bob Dylan, "It goes back to that destiny thing. I made a bargain with it a long time ago, and I'm holding up my end." Ed Bradley, "What was your bargain?" Bob Dylan, "To get where I am now." Ed Bradley, "Should I ask who you made the bargain with?" Bob Dylan, "With the chief commander." Ed Bradley, "On this earth." Bob Dylan, laughing, "On this earth and the world we can't see." Katy Perry asked about releasing a CD 10 years before making it big in Hollywood as a singer. Her response was, Interviewer, "You're doing really well now, but didn't you release a CD almost 10 years ago?" Katy Perry, "Yeah, I released a gospel record when I was 15 because I grew up in a household where all I ever did was sing the gospel music and my parents are both traveling ministers, and so I kinda sang about what was going on in my life at 15. And that's how I got introduced to the music industry. I swear I wanted to be like the Amy Grant of music, but it didn't work out and so I sold myself to the devil. Angelina Jolie in 2016 in a private video describes a ritual in which Hollywood stars join the Illuminati. She states, "During the Illuminati ritual you are indeed tied up, sodomized, and tortured by other members." Neon Nettle uploaded videos of the heir drinking blood. They reported, "Mass panic has broken out in London after Prince Charles was spotted drinking blood in the back of his chauffeur-driven Rolls-Royce." An eyewitness who caught the scene on his iPhone said, "When he turned and looked at me, he had blood all round his mouth and one of them fancy glasses that rich people drink out of, but it was full of blood. They all belong to the same society. They are displaying the devil horn hand sign, which is the same in the photo. Another Freemason sign. This is the 30 hand sign which signifies 666. Take note of the handshake. It is the second hand sign, in the second row of the photo. The hand sign is the second hand sign in the last row of the photo above." Chapter 8. Technology. The roots of technology should be credited to the early stage of civilization, also the technique in making tools and accessories, which definitely started with the making of stone tools, even from the time of Adam. From that era, Adam had to manufacture tools and devices for his survival, and from that stage of civilization is the basic principle of the template for what is being manufactured today. Some of our basic tools as hammer, knife, spear, art of lighting fire, spoon, pot, cup, etc. started from around that time and onwards. It is evident from findings due to excavations, that basic knowledge from that era is grounded with the different items that have been discovered. The term technology derives its title from the combination of the Greek word techne, which means art and craft, with logos, which is word speech. It is a pillar for economic growth, and a way to develop and sustain the economic and commercial wealth of a nation. In previous times, technology was defined as the method of manual skill. In 330 BC, Aristotle termed technologia into three parts: practical, theoretical and productive science. There has been debate as to the definition of technology. The Encyclopedia Americana defined technology as principles, processes, and nomenclatures. Philosophers of technology state that technology can be viewed in two aspects, which are the craft phase and the modern scientized phase. The smelting and casting of metal began about 4000 BC. This is in the period known as the Neolithic period. In the Neolithic period also the use of bricks are shaped by pressing mud or clay into a mold. The damp blocks are then left to bake in the sun. This type of brick was made from about 8000 BC. Thread was manufactured from about 5800 BC. The following is a list of inventors and their inventions. Thomas Edison invented electricity and sound-improving light bulbs, along with the telephone as well as motion picture cameras with other inventions. Mary Anderson invented windshield wiper blades. Julius Robert Oppenheimer led the team which developed the atomic bomb. Isaac Newton invented the reflecting telescope and other discoveries. A. P. Ashbourne invented the process for preparing coconut for domestic use. L. C. Bailey invented the folding bed. A. J. Beard invented the rotary engine. J. A. Burr invented the lawn mower. W. Burwell invented the boot or shoe. J. Cooper invented the elevator device. Benjamin Banneker invented the almanac. Patricia Bath invented the laser surgical device. Charles Drew invented the blood bank. Thomas Elkins invented the modern toilet. Garrett Morgan invented the traffic light and gas mask. Daniel Hale Williams is the pioneer of open heart surgery. Frederick Jones invented the refrigeration machine. Philip E. Meigwili invented the world's fastest computer. Weaving was in progress from about 5800 BC, with its roots from Catalhuyuk in Anatolia. The wheel evolved from around 3000 BC. Mining. From around 4000 BC, excavation of copper ore was done, around 3800 BC. What have to be understood is that the technological life cycle of a product is different from the product life cycle of the product, as the life cycle of the product is based on performance, whereas the life cycle of technology pivots on development of the product and utilization of technology. The four phases of technology are research and development, ascent phase, maturity phase, decline phase. The four stages of technology life cycle are the innovation stage, syndication stage, diffusion stage, and the substitution stage. Devices. A device is an object or machine that has been invented for a particular purpose, and in this time we have a lot of devices, numerous and innovative, with reference to what is provided. With some of them the intent is to misconduct people. As mentioned previously, Satan made this system to misconduct people into hell. That is why with some of these devices, they act as viruses to the human race, that when people are infected, they are in friendship with the world, making themselves enemies of God. These are the attachments we have to be aware of. They are well disguised, hence the reason for people to educate themselves of the system they are living in. 2 Corinthians chapter 2 verse 11, lest Satan should get an advantage over us, for we are not ignorant of his devices. That verse is giving advice about the attachments connected to the system. 2 Timothy chapter 2 verse 26, and that they may recover themselves out of the snare of the devil, who are taken captive by him at his will. Another verse providing strength towards the snare of the devil, Ephesians chapter 6 verse 11. Verse 11, put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. This verse is giving the formula for people to be living in the world, and not being part of it, and that is what is important about living in this system, knowing of the devices and attachments. With that action, a person would be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. Luke chapter 22 verse 31. Verse 31, and the Lord said, Simon, Simon, behold, Satan hath desired to have you, that he may sift you as wheat. It is the same thing with us. Satan's desire is to carry everybody to the lake of fire, as the human being is God's best creation. 1 Peter 5 verse 8. Verse 8, be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour. That is the attitude Satan have. He knows that he is going to the lake of fire. He can afford to do the things he is doing. If he did not act as our adversary, he would be entitled to the same judgment. Ezekiel chapter 28 verse 15. Verse 15, thou wast perfect in thy ways from the day that thou wast created, till iniquity was found in thee. That is the same thing he did to Adam and Eve. He created doubt in them for them to act disobedient. The same doubt he is creating with the devices, having people distracted to the extent that the device acts as an obstacle in the way, as people do not think about God, his word, and his works the way they should. James 3 verse 14 and 15. Verse 14, but if ye have bitter envying and strife in your hearts, glory not, and lie not against the truth. Verse 15, this wisdom descendeth not from above, but is earthly, sensual, devilish. Envy and strife are spiritual wickedness in low places, as serves as attachments for people to be denied of their salvation. In the book of Deuteronomy give a list of attachments that are incorporated in the system, with reference to the description of this verse. Astrology is left out in some versions. Deuteronomy chapter 18 verse 10 and 11, verse 10, "There shall not be found among you anyone who makes his son or his daughter pass through the fire, or one who practices witchcraft, or a soothsayer, or one who interprets omens, or a sorcerer," verse 11, "or one who conjures spells, or a medium, or a spiritist, or one who calls up the dead." All these are ways that Satan is using to manipulate the human race. There are devices numerous to classify satanic devices. The main devices are television, radio, cell phones and the internet. Other products act as attachments to serve the device to program people. The bad influences of television are: children who watch TV are more likely to be overweight. The metabolic rate is slower than when just resting. This fact proves that an individual can burn fewer calories watching TV, other than when simply sitting, doing nothing. Television ads motivate youngsters towards unhealthy foods and beverages, for example, fast food and sugary drinks. The early years of youngsters are important with reference to their development, particularly to toys, games, dolls. One bad influence of television is discouraging and replacing reading. Television is a bad influence because it is full of programs and commercials that show misconducting and obscene behaviors. Devices other than television share the same principle towards misconducting people, which could work to the effect of a breakdown in communication. Instead of talking to people, we depend on less personal ways of communication like texting and emailing. Inability to focus on the present. The establishing of social media platforms created an obsession in people occupying a lot of time posting and reviewing. The devices have changed our lives. In that sentence the word change means program. There are advertisements that glorify the modern time, and at times people use the expression, "times are changing," which is a truthful statement. What people have to understand is the energy that governs the advertisement, and the energy always work towards programming, which is the intent. Bear in mind that Satan created this system to corrupt and destroy the human race, as the previous Bible verses illustrate. Activity that serves as attachments are: increase multitasking is done, we were more socially connected, less privacy, we lost sleep. Some other negative impacts are: isolation. Social media was designed for people to network. In some cases the opposite takes place: depression and anxiety. Physical health effects: poor posture. People use devices which contribute to incorrect posture and reduced physical activity as well. The cell phone is a necessity to the economic and commercial structure of the system. It is good on one side, and negative on the other side. I would like to mention of the negative effects of the cell phone, to highlight it as an obstacle in the way of the human race. These negative effects would represent attachments towards programming people for use, and are as follows: stress. Cell phones allow people to spend a lot of time talking or texting. Studies prove that too much time with cell phones activate stress and fatigue. Sleep loss. Cell phones play a part in sleep interruption. Increases anxiety. A call or reply can ignite any emotional ambience. Accidents. Talking and texting while driving. Cancer. Electromagnetic radiation emitted by mobile phones get absorbed in the tissues, when we hold the phone for longer times. The nervous system is at risk of developing brain cancer from cell phones. Phones can collect viruses and bacteria. it is advisable to use alcohol-based wipes at least once daily to remove dirt, dust, and germs. Neck spasms. Looking down at your phone strains neck muscles and can lead to knots or spasms. Blue light emittance is emitted by smartphones, lights, and computer, tablet, and TV screens, causing dangerous health hazards. This wave of light gets in the way of circadian rhythms. Exposure to blue light interferes with sleep and contributes to heart disease, obesity, diabetes, and arthritis. Regular texting could increase symptoms of thumb arthritis. This is also known as osteoarthritis. Electronic interference. Phones can disrupt medical devices, and can also interfere with some types of hearing aids devices. Eyesight. Blue light emitted phones and other types of screens can cause eye strain and pain. This light could damage the cornea. The cornea is a clear lens on the front of the eye. Other related health concerns connected to cell phone radiation are salivary gland tumors, dizziness, and migraines, less sleep, changes in specific proteins in human cells, decreased sperm count and quality, skin irritation to the face. This condition is known as electrohypersensitivity, behavioral problems, and increased chance of cancer tumor development. Cell phone radiation has been classified by the World Health Organization as termed possible human carcinogen. Frequency. What is the definition for frequency? The number of waves that pass a fixed point in unit time. Also, the number of cycles or vibrations undergone during 1 unit of time by a body in periodic motion. Frequency are as follows: the rate per second of a vibration constituting a wave, as in radio waves and light, the particular waveband at which radio signals are broadcast or transmitted. Frequency is the attachment to have the device working for people to connect with the proper wave to obtain the information or service that the device markets. This attachment, like other attachments in the system, has good benefits and at the same time have some negative impacts. With frequency, the benefits are follows. The frequency facial machines. Skin allergy reduced because the high-frequency facial machines helps in making the skin clean and clear. It also helps in cleansing and rejuvenating your skin. Schumann frequency increased energy levels, improved stamina, recover from illnesses faster, restoring key capacities for your body, generating a healthy field around your body and home. Sound frequency healing. Have the ability to manipulate the human consciousness and even induced an altered consciousness. Sound frequency healing can be achieved in different ways, from listening to recordings of different binaural frequencies to participating in vibrational acoustic therapies. Sound frequencies can actually alter the function of the human body. It actually has lots of sound scientific evidence behind the theory. Exposure to different frequencies can alleviate psychiatric issues such as depression or anxiety, as well as stimulate the body to heal physical ailment. Sound and frequencies are used for human health in several ways. There are specific frequencies for medical healing to the human body. The following is a list of frequencies that are considered to have healing properties. 40 Hz. 40 Hz have been used in Alzheimer's therapy studies to stimulate an increased neural response and fight symptoms of dementia. 174 Hz. 174 Hz is medically used and have different effects on the human body. 174 Hz can reduce pain and stress. 285 Hz. 285 Hz is used to heal cuts, burns, and other physical wounds. 285 Hz sound frequencies are supposed to activate the body into cellular regeneration, encouraging it to heal itself in the event of an injury. 396 Hz can remove fear and other negative feelings. The 396 Hz aids in the removal of the feeling of guilt, making it an effective addition to spiritual music. 396 Hz frequencies balance the root chakra while simultaneously transforming negative emotions such as grief into positive, joyful emotions. 417 Hz removes negative energy. 417 Hz therapy dissolves emotional blockages and activate the sacral chakra. 432 Hz 432 Hz therapy supposed to lead to greater levels of mental and emotional clarity. 432 Hz is associated with a higher level of spiritual development. 440 Hz 440 Hz are considered to activate the third eye chakra. 528 Hz 528 Hz is associated with blessings. 639 Hz 639 Hz affects the heart chakra and is associated with therapy intended to produce positive feelings and greater attunement to harmonious interpersonal relationships. 639 Hz encourages clearer communication practices and situational awareness. 852 Hz 852 Hz sound therapy redirects the mind away from overthinking, intrusive thoughts, and negative thought patterns. This sound frequency can help alleviate the role of negative thoughts. 963 Hz 963 Hz activates the pineal gland and higher spiritual development. 963 Hz is also known as the pure miracle tone and the frequency of the gods. Frequency assist in the following medical operations and ailments: acupuncture, autistic sensory therapy, stroke, cancer treatment, brainwave entrainment, altering stress hormones, decreased pain perception, enhancement of physical rehabilitation programs, increased neurogenesis. A healthy body functions properly with a natural frequency of 6575 Hz. With what frequency does and the effect on the human body, it is evident that this is an energy that can be used to manipulate people in some way or another, for whatever desired purpose, which would serve as an obstacle in the human race way. Definitely this can be used for negative reasons known and unknown to us. What people have to basically understand is that Satan set up a system to deceive, corrupt and destroy God's creative acts, giving people the impression that the activities end. Devices are those things that consist of life values. When it is conduct in goodness and righteousness according to the scriptures, that is the essence. Hence the reason for some people acting with misconduct, as those individuals view life from the vanity point of view, exactly what Satan wants, which is to deceive, corrupt and destroy people. With this present illustration, this illustration we bear witness to as pertaining to the system we are living in. Some people think that life is about having plenty money, house, and car. It is about that to a certain extent, due to the fact that the system is made of these entities, so some people go for the entities to establish success in life, which in fact is taking people away from eternal salvation, because of the kind of actions and conducts people perform to achieve their desire. Satan does not care due to the judgment that is upon him, as a sign to go to the lake of fire. The choice that Satan have is either to take no action or take action. He is taking action because he cannot do what he is doing on earth whilst in hell, so his prerogative is to manipulate the human race. the creative act that is most important to God. The human race with some people are assisting Satan in his plan to get rid of the lake of fire judgment and to win the throne. What we have to try and understand is that we are living in a web, which is known as the World Wide Web or the Internet. The frequency on this level is astonishing. To the effect of the pattern of frequencies, a lot of manipulation is taking place on the Internet regardless of if people are aware. The fight in life is about conduct, and with reference to the activities and nature of the Internet, there are people who are caught in the World Wide Web in some way or another. The people who are aware cannot stop the activities. They can be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove in using the Internet services, and at the same time advise people who are not aware of the nature and purport of the web, in cautioning them with the use of the Internet. A lot of programming is happening on the Internet in diverse ways. The advantage of using different frequencies levels would aid in support of the agenda in question. People have to bear in mind that the system is set to take souls to hell. And that is happening in different ways other than people actually selling their souls in a secret society. The selling of the soul is happening through conduct. Hence the reason for a lot of attachments and devices, to occupy people time and energy into the wrong thing. When people are telling themselves that it is the right thing, that statement reveals what the deception is about. Things glittering like gold, but it is not gold. How the system is set, there are some people not thinking on this level. The system have them busy thinking about economics and commerce, which is equal to the dollar. A concrete jungle where the main supply is generated and dependent on money. This is what Satan did, to avoid people thinking about God, His word and works. In so doing, people would be misconduct to the extent of not obtaining salvation. In the book of Enoch it is stated that Satan asked for forgiveness and was refused. It could be Satan is jealous of us and how we can ask for forgiveness, and is exercising his rights according to him to distract and corrupt people. That is part of the game that is going on. That is why the Bible advised that we are living in the world, and not to be part of it. It is in the principalities of the worldly lifestyle. One of the reason why he corrupted Adam and Eve, with Adam and Eve making themselves sinners, their generations after them would be sinners also. So that trick from Satan done to Adam and Eve was for this time as well, for people to be disobedient to God and lose their soul, also having people serving him to do evil and corrupting the earth, servicing the annulment of the lake of fire and the possibility of him getting the throne. With people knowing of this theory of Satan corruption, would know how to conduct themselves to save their souls. Chapter 9. Vatican. The Vatican is an institution that is a definite obstacle in the human race way. This statement is confirmed due the act of conduct which is related to principality, the attachment obedience, which is conduct in goodness and righteousness affiliated to the nature and purpose of the Scriptures. The Vatican is expressed as an obstacle as their principle of fellowship is not in alignment with the Scriptures in a lot of different ways. Also their authority in governance of world affairs socially, morally, and economically. Highlighting the aspect of fellowship and the misconduct thereof would be as follows. They portray the wrong personality of Jesus Christ, to the effect of what is written in the book of Revelation, Revelation chapter 1 verse 14 to 15 and Revelation chapter 2 verse 18, which is as follows. Revelation chapter 1 verse 14 to 15, verse 14, his head and hair were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes like a flame of fire. Verse 15, his feet were like fine brass, as if refined in a furnace, and his voice as the sound of many waters. Revelation chapter 2 verse 18, and to the angel of the church in Thyatira write, these things says the Son of God, who has eyes like a flame of fire, and his feet like fine brass. Note in the 2 verses of Revelation chapter 1 verse 15, and Revelation chapter 2 verse 18, the distinction is comparable, as to say, according to the expression, and his feet like fine brass. The expression fine brass suggests that the complexion of Jesus Christ is of a dark complexion, hence the expression, as if refined in a furnace. When brass is refined in a furnace, the greater possibility is that the color tone in appearance would be dark, based on the alloy content. This factor of them portraying the wrong personality of Jesus Christ is purposely done. It is written with clarity that Jesus Christ complexion according to the book of Revelation is of a dark complexion, and for centuries the wrong portrayal is advertised. This factor by itself proved that the Vatican is the mother of harlots. The present depiction of Jesus Christ they advertise is a person named Cesar Borgia. It is just that they do not tell people the truth about the present personality. Cesar Borgia hired Leonardo da Vinci as an engineer. Along the period of their contact they began an intimate relationship. On Leonardo da Vinci's side, there were occasions that he was accused of being involved with men. That is a known and unhidden fact. They just do not tell people the truth. Leonardo da Vinci painted a lot of portraits of Cesar Borgia because of his love for him. The masterpiece painting is the Last Supper painting. The imagery of Cesar Borgia is a fabrication that they know of, upholding the theory of another angel. In other words, they are ministering the doctrine of Satan, who is the other angel, and at the same time highlighting Satan as Jesus Christ, posing as an obstacle in the human race way as people are praying to the wrong Jesus Christ, for the sake of the basic distinction written in the Book of Revelation. This constant occurrence of the advertisement of Cesar Borgia as Jesus Christ is outrageous. Another issue is the act of confession. All prayer is unto God in Jesus Christ's name, and only God can forgive sins. This act is not in conformation of the scriptures. People, as he scriptures say, have to confess their sins one to another, on merit and measure of the act of apology. When a person offend another person, then the offended have to forgive the offender when an apology is made. But in this case where the Catholic priest is accepting the confession and issuing forgiveness with punishment is out of context, this is another act that is deliberately done. The act of praying to Mary is another act of disobedience. Again, all prayer is unto God in Jesus Christ's name. For all these kind of reasons the Vatican is the mother of harlots. These people are easy to figure out. The confirmation of their actions are written in the scriptures. People have to read the Bible for themselves and ask Jesus Christ for help in understanding what they are reading. Because the Bible speaks of these people, it is just that they do not identify themselves. During the course of the administration of the Vatican, there was a period when people were leaving out the Catholic fellowship. The way the Vatican cured that is by establishing other institutions of a religious nature with a title, for example the Latter-day Saints of Jesus Christ. The Anglican Assembly are Catholic branches. In this present time other assemblies are in the network. It is just that the people who are in fellowship in the assembly do not know that they are Catholics with a different title. Take notice of the leaders of different assemblies who are in alliance with the Vatican. No need to mention any particular assembly leader. They have traded their rights, or ministers compromising with the Pope. How the religious system is set up, the leaders of assemblies have to abide with the terms and conditions of the Vatican or they are out of business. One reason why there are no sermons against the Vatican, they more distract people with the prosperity ministry. The faulty action by these leaders is that they claim to study the Bible at the School of Theology, and denying the fact that the Vatican is Satan institution. There are Catholic priests who confess to the fact that Satan lives in the Vatican, With this said in public, people would not believe that is a fact. To support this fact, the following is said by a Catholic priest, named Gabriel Amorth: "The devil lives in the Vatican." Naturally, it's difficult to find proof, but the true consequences are visible. We have cardinals who don't believe in Christ, bishops connected with demons. Then we have these stories of pedophilia. You can see the rot when we speak of Satan's smoke in the holy rooms of the Vatican. He also criticized J.K. Rowling books, saying, "Behind Harry Potter hides the signature of the King of the Darkness." This is a Catholic priest saying what he knows. Another priest, Luigi Villa, believes that Satan is really in the Vatican. Pope Paul VI admitted that he believed Satan was present in the Church in his sermon of June 29, 1972, stating, "From some fissure the smoke of Satan has entered into the temple of God." Another instance related to the Vatican alliance with the Freemasons is the presence of Freemasons in St. Peter's Square in 1917. This is the authority the Freemasons speak with, quote, "In the past we have counseled through prophets, your popes, to forbid all who have joined in my son's church, forbid them to become part of Freemasonry and the Masons." And why? Because, my children, they are not of God, and if they are not of God, they are the Antichrist. And why are they the Antichrist? Because they worship false idols. My children, man has accepted gods of nature. Pagans you have become. You reject your God the Father, you reject the Trinity, and you have dabbled and burned your fingers in the unknown, the darkness of Satanism. The Catholic priests in the above photo are in fellowship with these Masons. That is what I am saying with the Catholic having different branches to misconduct people. Another instant of confession of Satan presence in the Vatican by Dr. Malachi Martin, formerly a Jesuit professor. Yes, it's true. Lucifer is enthroned in the Catholic Church. The contention that there are Satanists in Rome is completely correct, said Martin, also adding, anybody who is acquainted with the state of affairs in the Vatican in the last 35 years, is well aware that the Prince of Darkness has and still has his surrogates in the court of St. Peter in Rome. Archbishop Milingo have this to say, now, the third dimension of evil is the most dangerous. It is subtle and the most terrible. I could not believe when I discovered this third dimension of evil. The third dimension is people who follow instructions in satanic sects. Now with this third dimension, I'm sorry to say, our church belongs to it. I'm very sorry, I could not understand myself, and even now I don't understand. But the only consolation I have is that, well, Judas Iscariot was one. Together with Jesus 3 years, he never changed. Then I understand that the third dimension of evil existed not only now, but it existed even then. Because nothing could change the heart of Judas Iscariot, nothing. Cardinal Terence Cook have this to say addressing a gathering of 3,000 Masons when he said that, as friends, Masons and Catholics should recognize each other. I know of your firm belief in the Supreme Being, the great architect of the universe, and of the holy writings appropriate to the religion of your members, and I salute you for your loyalty to these ancient values. Satanism is not only practiced by Catholic clergy, today's Methodist and Charismatic churches, and especially in Episcopal and Anglican churches. The Mormon Church admitting that satanic rituals had been secretly conducted by some church elders. Members of the Masonic Lodge, which includes pastors and denominational leaders, continue to dominate the Southern Baptist Convention. The priests that are admitting this fact of Satan presence in the Vatican are speaking what they know. Pertaining to religious leaders compromising with the Vatican is evident from the photos. This is what I mean by the statement, the Vatican is the mother of harlots. If they were not in compromise, that photo would not have been taken. The ministers of assemblies do not tell their membership the compromise with the Vatican when they are preaching. In the photo is Kenneth Copeland. They, the pastors and preachers, have sold their rights to the Vatican. It is just that they do not tell their assembly membership about that transaction. In the photo is Joel Osteen applauding the Pope. It is evident that these pastors and preachers have sold their souls in the action of respecting the Pope. They, the pastors and preachers, are claiming that they did studies in the School of Theology, and they cannot define the Pope and the Vatican as part of the administration of Babylon. In the photo is T.D. Jakes, who is a leading influence in the Pentecostal Assembly, associating and compromising with the society of people who do not follow Jesus Christ doctrine. They speak from and about it, but they do not follow it. That is what the deception is about. That is why I said that the Vatican is the mother and the assemblies are the harlots, and through T.D. Jakes and others, like Joel Osteen, also Kenneth Copeland, have affiliated their assembly title and congregation in alliance with the Vatican and the Pope. Again, when the pastors and preachers are preaching, they do not mention these facts. Their prosperity ministry is pivoted to the business attachment of the Vatican, in such a way that they, the preachers and pastors, cannot at no time speak against the Vatican. The photos show and prove that fact. The preachers and pastors are assembling their assembly, preparing them for the one world religion. Chrislam. Wikipedia definition of Chrislam. Chrislam is a Nigerian syncretic religion which mixes elements of Christianity and Islam. Founded by Tila Tella in the 1970s, the sect predominantly exists in Lagos, Nigeria. Its followers recognize both the Bible and the Quran as holy texts, and practice running deliverance, a distinctive practice of spiritual running which members liken to Joshua's army circling Jericho, or the Muslim practice of circumambulating the Kaaba. The religion has about 1,500 adherents. Chrislam is the bringing together of Christian and Islamic principles. Chrislam came into view in 2009 by Pastor Rick Warren, addressing the ISNA Muslim event. 2009 gathering. Warren preached that both religions were one. The pattern is building towards the establishment of the one world religion. This unification is happening with diverse denominations. The photo proved that fact, establishing the fact that the Vatican is the mother, and there are denominations and assemblies that are the harlots. This is a serious obstacle in the human race way. The economic and commercial structure is also compounded with the influence of the Vatican. With their alliance, especially with the Freemason Society, would gross much influence, as the Freemason Society have a lot of renowned people in different capacities, also the Illuminati Society. These two societies serves as filters to manufacture any desire according to their doctrine and plan. Former U.S. President Ronald Reagan, before the National Catholic Education Association in April 1982, stated, "I am grateful for your help in shaping American policy to reflect God's will, and I will look forward to further guidance from His Holiness Pope John Paul II during an audience I will have with him in June." The Catholic Church in the United States has assets worth $100 billion, more than the combined assets of companies like IBM, Exxon, and General Motors. Influence in politics and business is evident, proving the scriptures, as it is said, "All nations shall follow the beast." The following photos would prove that fact. This is the unification of politics and religion to form the one world government. Just as how the ministers from different assemblies and denominations are affiliated with the Vatican and the Pope, likewise the politicians, this is Satan's way of expressing himself, and taking his wrath out on the human race, due to the judgment that is upon Satan and his host. The action of the judgment of the lake of fire have them arrogant, and the judgment time is almost up. They know the time of the judgment and acting accordingly to carry as much as possible, human beings, as they. Human being is God's most important creation. That is what this whole fabricated system is about, to misconduct people in different ways to qualify them to go to hell. The heads of a lot of nations are locked in the realm of the Vatican. Again, this photo proved that fact. Likewise, this photo also, it is a matter of time for the New World Order to manifest their plan, as in the reality ambience, this Pope, like previous popes, are forming and compounding the administration and future activity of the Vatican, Freemasons, and the Illuminati. Heads of state are all in compromise. The business of their country depend on this particular compromise activity. People have to understand that the Vatican is the administration of Babylon that the scriptures are referring to. This so-called modern-day system is an illustration towards the prophetic fulfillment of the scriptures defining and describing Babylon. This is a Freemason hand sign. They are using the hand sign from the above photo. Note the handshake. The Vatican have the influence as the fourth and final form of Gentile world power. Again, note the handshake. Also associated to the description of the Vatican as the religious administration of Babylon is the title 666. To this effect, when a pope is elected into the office of pope, he has to take a title, which is Vicarius Filii Dei. It is a Latin papal title meaning Vicar of the Son of God. The title, when calculated to a value according to the book of Revelation chapter 13 verse 18, here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. The following is the method of calculating the mark of the beast. The way to calculate a name to a value is to use Roman numeric letters. Numeral name value: I unus 1, V quinqua 5, X deciem 10, L quinquagenta 50, C centum 100, D quingenti 500, M mil 1000. These are the Roman numerics to use to calculate a name. Any letter in a name that is not in the Roman numeric listing is equal to 0. The calculating of the Pope's title is as follows: V equals 5, I equals 1, C equals 100, A equals 0, R equals 0, I equals 1, U/V equals 5, S equals 0, equals 112, F equals 0, I equals 1, L equals 50, I equals 1, I equals 1, equals 53, D equals 500, E equals 0, I equals 1, equals 501. Total 112 plus 53 plus 501 equals 666. This theory is from the book of Revelation. Therefore, the fact is factual and evident. The Vatican is the mother of harlots. There is another person who have the 666 title to their name, Ellen Gould White, the prophetess of Seventh-day Adventism. Her name is calculated as follows: E equals 0, L equals 50, L equals 50, E equals 0, N equals 0, equals 100, G equals 0, O equals 0, U/V equals 5, L equals 50, D, 500, equals 555, W equals 10, W, is counted as 2V, H equals 0, I equals 1, T equals 0, E equals 0, equals 11. Total equals 100 plus 555 plus 11 equals 666. The World Wide Web, what we know as the Internet, has a definition to the 666 title. The Hebrew and Greek alphabet does not have separate characters or alphabets for numbers and letters. Letters are used as numbers. Therefore, each letter is a numerical value. The Hebrew equivalent of RW is the letter Vav or Vav. The numerical value of Vav is 6. The English WWW transliterated into Hebrew is Vav Vav Vav, which numerically is 666. The transformation of Satan angels into angels of light has a common trace in the images that highlight idolism. The trace is related to the hand position of the idols that are depicted in photos. To begin with, the Vatican is the source, to the effect of the photo of the Baphomet and Cesar Borgia photo. In both photos the right hand is in the same position. View as follows. The Baphomet. Note the position of the right hand and index finger. This is the Cesar Borgia depiction of Jesus Christ. Note the position of the right hand and the index finger. This is a photo of Buddha, same profile, right hand in the same position, and the index finger likewise. This is a photo of Ram, again the right hand held upright as in the above photos. Idol god Shiva, the right hand in the same position. The thing about this instance is that they are from different denominations, with the same hand profile. Hindu goddesses Lakshmi and Perumal, right hand in same position. Hanuman, right hand in the same position as the Baphomet. In the photo is Ganesh with the right hand up as in the photo of the Baphomet. This is a photo of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. They all have the right hand up trademark. Satan transformed his angels into angels of light to deceive many. With this analysis, these kind of denominations are under the administration of the Vatican, which starts with the depiction of the Baphomet and the false illustration of Jesus Christ. They all have the same principle with reference to their profile appearance, as in the right hand up. Satan has transformed himself in different ways to get praises, thereby perverting the salvation of people seeking salvation. As Jesus Christ said, "Some shall be given 30 folds, 60 folds, and 100 folds, as everybody would be paid according to their works." The reason why people are getting 30 folds is because they have attained 30% goodness and righteousness. Likewise, the gifting of 60 and 100 folds. The 30% approval signifies belief in Jesus Christ. That is how easy Jesus Christ made salvation for the human race. By believing in Him, His Word and His works, people are awarded with the 30% status and approval. So with this system Satan has set up, is to deprive people of getting to 30% goodness and righteousness, thereby robbing people of their salvation by misconducting them into praying to the wrong Jesus Christ, and the wrong form of fellowship as in praying to idols. Joel Osteen in a sermon said, that he visited India and found the people to have nice ways and are religious. There are people in India who are involved in idol worship. How can they be religious, as how he addressed it? In that way he is not doing the work of the Lord, because he is in compromise with idol worshippers, Observe in the above photos how the different denominations embrace the Pope because of the compromise. This verse from the book of Revelation is proof of the Vatican profile. Revelation 17 verse 3-5, verse 3, "So he carried me away in the Spirit into the wilderness. And I saw a woman sitting on a scarlet beast which was full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns." Verse 4, "The woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet, and adorned with gold and precious stones and pearls, having in her hand a golden cup full of abominations and the filthiness of her fornication." Verse 5, "And on her forehead a name was written. Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and of the abominations of the earth." In verse 4, where it states that the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet, is in alignment with the Catholic priest attire. The following is to prove the description of verse 4. He has a purple scarf around his neck. At times the Catholic priest conducts service with this type of attire. This is what verse 4 is speaking about: arrayed, attired or dress code. Again, purple is highlighted in the dress code. This is the definition of scarlet. Scarlet is a bright red color, sometimes with a slightly orange tinge. In this photo it is a red color. The book of Revelation chapter 17 verse 4 is illustrated in the attire of the Catholic priest, proving that the Vatican is the mother of harlots. Note, with some assemblies, they do not conduct themselves with the doctrine of the New Testament. They preach from it and talk about it. They intermingle their prosperity ministry with the truth. How they do it? They make the prosperity ministry look like the truth. With reference to the profile appearance of some male factors, not having beards is a traditional form of conduct in appearance, but it is not in alignment with the scriptures. 1 Chronicles chapter 19 verse 5, verse 5, "Then some went and told David about the men, and he sent to meet them, because the men were greatly ashamed. And the king said, Wait at Jericho until your beards have grown, and then return." The confirmation to this action of a man was created with beard can be found in 1 Corinthians chapter 11 verse 14. Verse 14, "Does not even nature itself teach you that if a man has long hair, it is a dishonor to him?" This action of a man shaving have, as it is, a requirement to get a job. That is the kind of system Satan made with attachments to fight against the Word of God. Another fact to support the theory of the Vatican as the mother of harlots is the instant when bodies of sacrificed children were underneath the Vatican City foundation. Through a trap door, it was discovered that thousands of bones were found in a mass grave. That is to support the abomination and filthiness description in Revelation 17 verse 4. The author of the book titled, "Breaking the Chain, Breaking Free from Cult Programming," said, quote, "During the ceremony, they sacrificed a little boy. After that the man dressed in scarlet went to the side of the room and I had to kneel before him and kiss his ring and swear my undying loyalty to the New World Order." There was an instance where children was missing at Buckingham Palace. The following is a statement made by William Arnold Combs. "I am an interior Salish spirit dancer and am 58 years old. I live in Vancouver, Canada. I am a survivor of the Kamloops and Mission Indian residential schools, both run by the Roman Catholic Church. I suffered terrible tortures there at the hands especially of Brother Murphy, who killed at least 2 children. I witnessed him throw a child off a 3-story balcony to her death. He put me on a rack and broke some of my bones, in the Kamloops school basement, after I tried running away. I also saw him and another priest burying a child in the school orchard one night. In September 1964, when I was 12 years old, I was an inmate at the Kamloops school and we were visited by the Queen of England and Prince Philip. I remember it was strange because they came by themselves, no big fanfare or nothing. But I recognized them and the school principal told us it was the Queen and we all got given new clothes and good food for the first time in months the day before she arrived. The day she got to the school, I was part of a group of kids that went on a picnic with the Queen and her husband and school officials, down to a meadow near Dead Man's Creek. After a while, I saw the Queen leave that picnic with 10 children from the school, and those children never returned. We never heard anything more about them and never saw them again even when we were older. They were all from around there but they all vanished. The group that disappeared was 7 boys and 3 girls, in age from 6 to 14 years old. I don't remember their names, just an occasional first name like Cecilia and there was an Edward. What happened was also witnessed by my friend George Adolph, who was 11 years old at the time and a student there too. This confirmation was signed on February 3, 2010 in Vancouver, Canada. Letter of demand from the elders and members of the friends and relatives of the disappeared. January 23, 2008. 2. Elizabeth Windsor, aka Queen of Great Britain. Buckingham Palace, London, England. Transmitted through the office and person of Michael Jean, Governor-General of Canada. Dear Ms. Windsor, this public letter of demand is issued to you, Elizabeth Windsor, as one who claims the title and fiduciary responsibility of Queen of Great Britain and the Commonwealth, and head of the Church of England in Canada, aka the Anglican Church. We, as the friends and relatives of tens of thousands of children who died or were murdered in Indian residential schools in Canada established and run by your Church of England and the British Crown from 1867 to 1996, do hereby demand that you, Elizabeth Windsor, in your capacity of Queen of Great Britain and the Commonwealth, and head of the Church of England, publicly disclose the cause of death and whereabouts of the buried remains of all children who died in Indian residential schools operated by the Church of England in Canada, aka the Anglican Church. This common law notice also requires that you, Elizabeth Windsor, arrange the immediate repatriation without conditions of the remains of these persons to their holes for a proper burial. This common law notice also requires that you, Elizabeth Windsor, publicly name and surrender all persons in or employed by the Government of Canada and the Anglican Church who are responsible for or complicit in these deaths and disappearances, and all documents and evidence related to the same. This common law notice also requires that you, Elizabeth Windsor, compel Canada through its Governor-General to comply with these requirements of natural justice and international law. If you, Elizabeth Windsor, fail to comply with these requirements within 30 days of you receiving this notice through the medium of the Governor-General of Canada, it will be assumed that you do not dispute these claims contained herein, and legal action may be commenced against you. Sincerely, Jeremiah Jourdain, on behalf of the friends and relatives of the disappeared. Chapter 10. Bible. The Bible was configured towards being an obstacle in the human race way. The present text we are reading is not the original document, but debarring the fact that the configuration took place, that still did not hide the truth that is contained. The most original and accurate document of the Scriptures can be found in Ethiopia, the Bible, as mentioned in the footnotes of Schofield Reference Bible. The Bible is missing over 200 books. This is evident to the effect as it is stated in the Book of Joshua chapter 10 verse 13, So the sun stood still, and the moon stopped, till the people had revenge upon their enemies. Is this not written in the book of Jasher? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and did not hasten to go down for about a whole day. Observe in the second to last line, where the book of Jasher is mentioned, the book of Jasher is not in the present edition of the scriptures. That is evident that a lot of books have been removed. Observe this verse from 1 Chronicles 29 verse 29. Verse 29, Now the acts of King David, first and last, indeed they are written in the book of Samuel the seer, in the book of Nathan the prophet, and in the book of Gad the seer. In the last line of verse 29, the book of Gad the seer is mentioned. In the present edition the book of Gad the seer is not contained. Again, that is evident to the effect that books have been removed from the Bible. Satan in his plot has configured the Bible to align with the denominations and assemblies. Notice that the assemblies advertise Caesar Borgia profile all the time, and with the assemblies and denominations, the right hand of the deity that is worshipped has the hand upright. That is something to take notice of, as it is evident that Satan transformed himself, starting with the Baphomet, in different ways, as the right hand upright and all the idols' profiles are parallel in that view. The Bible was configured to give people the impression that it is a book of confusion, as at times, it is designed to give people the impression that it is a book that contradicts itself, to turn people away from the reading and the believing of the contents. The present ministering of the scriptures by some assembly ministers would not allow people to understand the true nature of the contents of the scriptures. The truth is intermingled with their own traditions, for example, giving people the impression that by paying 10% tithe offering would secure them a place in the kingdom, that action is according to the law. The scriptures say, by grace are ye saved, therefore, they should encourage people to give gracefully, as instruct them, to put their house in order first, then put the house of the Lord in order. The prosperity ministry is an hindrance, to the effect that the ministry should be of principality. Jesus Christ already spoke of the prosperity, when he said, Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all things would be added. Also he said, The fight is not with flesh and blood, but with principality and power. People have to seek the things of the kingdom first, then they would be blessed. But the ministers give the impression that life is about prosperity only, advertising the wrong profile of Jesus Christ. By itself should be enough fact to support the theory that these people are under the umbrella of the Mother, which is the Vatican. The Vatican is the pioneer of the sinful activity, and it is designed to highlight Satan as the creator. The above about the Vatican with the discrepancies mentioned give insight toward the title, as in the Mother of Abomination is administrated in the Vatican and the Catholic denomination, and the filth is filtered through some assemblies and denominations, all to the advantage of them carrying people to hell. That is what this conspiracy is about. Satan is taking his wrath out on the human race. As the human race is God's most important creation, and at the same time using the human race in sorting a ways out of the judgment, so it is like, according to Satan, if he does not get out of the lake of fire judgment, as a consolation he has captured a considerable amount of people, as he has already made a decision to reign in hell, than to be obedient to God. If Satan was serious about seeking salvation, he would have bowed to Adam when God instructed the angels to do so at Adam's creation. There are people who are revising the Bible with their own interpretation, which is also aiding and assisting in the misconduct. There are ministers who belong to secret societies, such as Pat Robertson, Oral Roberts and Billy Graham. Others that are in compromise with the Freemasons are Kenneth Copeland, T.D. Jakes, Bishop Eddie Long, Robert Schuller. There are others who are not mentioned that are advertising themselves as preachers, who have either a Freemason or Illuminati background. But how they conduct their ministry, some people would not focus on their profile. They are telling people what they want to hear, which is the prosperity ministry. Hence the above photos prove the fact that they, the preachers, are aligned with the Vatican and the Pope. Satan has his own Bible titled the Satanic Bible. This is an illustration of Beyoncé Bible. This Beyoncé in her profile appearance as a goddess. In the photo with the nuns is Oprah Winfrey. This is the reason why I say that the Vatican have the influence. People have to try to understand the system they are living in, and act gracefully in their conduct. Take note that the contents of grace are found in the Bible from the book of Matthew to the book of Revelation. The New World Order administration base on morality is pivoted on 10 Commandments. The written 10 Commandments can be found at the Georgia Guidestones, located at Elbert County, Georgia, which is also known as the American Stonehenge. The structure is almost 20 feet high and is made of 6 granite slabs, weighing 240,000 pounds. The message engraved on it, 10 Rules for an Age of Reason. These guides touch upon subjects that are associated with the New World Order, including massive depopulation, a single world government, the introduction of a new type of spirituality. The monument is, therefore, proof between secret societies, the world elite for a new world order. The Georgia Guidestones are made of pyramid blue granite, which contain 10 guides for living in 8 languages: English, Spanish, Swahili, Hindi, Hebrew, Arabic, Chinese, and Russian. There is a message inscribed at the top of the structure in 4 ancient languages: Babylonian, Classical Greek, Sanskrit, and Egyptian hieroglyphs. The 4 major stones are arranged in a giant paddle wheel configuration which is oriented to the limits of the migration of the sun during the course of the year, and also shows the extreme positions of the rising and setting of the sun in its 18.6-year cycle. The center stone has 2 special features. First, the North Star is always visible through a special hole drilled from the south to the north side of the center stone. Second, another slot aligns with the positions of the rising sun at the time of the summer and winter solstices and at the equinox. The New World Order 10 Commandments. The 10 guides for a new age of reason are as follows. 1. Maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. 2. Guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity. 3. Unite humanity with a living new language. 4. Rule passion, faith, tradition, and all things with tempered reason. 5. Protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts. 6. Let all nations rule internally, resolving external disputes in a world court. 7. Avoid petty laws and useless officials. 8. Balance personal rights with social duties. 9. Prize truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite. 10. Be not a cancer on the earth, leave room for nature. David Rockefeller, Memoirs of David Rockefeller, said, "Some even believe we are part of a secret cabal working against the best interests of the United States, characterizing my family and me as internationalists and of conspiring with others around the world to build a more integrated global political and economic structure, one world, if you will. If that's the charge, I stand guilty, and I am proud of it." Manly P. Hall, The Secret Destiny of America, World Democracy was the secret dream of the great classical philosophers. Toward the accomplishment of this greatest of all human ends they outlined programs of education, religion, and social conduct directed to the ultimate achievement of a practical and universal brotherhood. And in order to accomplish their purposes more effectively, these ancient scholars bound themselves with certain mystic ties into a broad confraternity. In Egypt, Greece, India, and China, the state mysteries came into existence. Orders of initiated priest-philosophers were formed as a sovereign body to instruct, advise, and direct the rulers of the states. Cannabis sativa. Cannabis sativa, also known as marijuana, is a herbaceous flowering plant indigenous to Eastern Asia, used as a source of industrial fiber, seed oil, food, recreation, religious and spiritual moods and medicine. The main psychoactive constituent of cannabis is tetrahydrocannabinol, THC. The plant is known to contain more than 500 compounds, among them at least 113 cannabinoids. There are 5 chemotaxonomic types of cannabis, one with high levels of THC, one which is more fibrous and has higher levels of CBD, one that is an intermediate between the two, another one with high levels of cannabigerol, CBG, and the last one almost without cannabinoids. Cannabis strains with relatively high CBD-THC ratios are less likely to induce anxiety than vice versa. This may be due to CBD's antagonistic effects at the cannabinoid receptors, compared to THC's partial agonist effect. CBD is also a 5-HT1A receptor, serotonin, agonist, which may also contribute to an anxiolytic content effect. The effects of sativa are well known for its cerebral high, while indica is well known for its sedative effects with preference for nighttime use. Both types are used as medical cannabis. Some people range the plant with biblical reference, as in Revelation 22 verse 2, in the middle of its street, and on either side of the river, was the tree of life, which bore 12 fruits, each tree yielding its fruit every month. The leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. With reference to this verse, cannabis is a type of the reality that is described in the book of Revelation 22 verse 2. Verse 2 is speaking about in the street of Jerusalem. Most likely, that is the reason why I said that cannabis, marijuana, is a type of the tree mentioned in Revelation 22 verse 2. The plant has been classified as a drug, which is wrong in expression and credit. It is a herb created by God for its use. The different species of cannabis are numerous. The more popular ones are as follows: sativa, which is a subspecies of the cannabis plant, Cannabis sativa, having a long stem and narrow leaves and grown for hemp fiber as well as for use in drugs. Indica. Indica is a strain of cannabis that's best known for its calming effects. This sets indica marijuana strains apart from sativa strains that are known to be stimulating and uplifting. Ruderalis. Ruderalis is a little-known kind of marijuana that is known for its ability to grow in conditions that would kill most cannabis plants. Ruderalis cannabis originates from Asia and Central Eastern Europe areas with climates too harsh for other cannabis species to survive, and hybrid strains. Hybrid cannabis strains are strains like Blue Dream, Chili Bean, Dutch Treat, and Banana Kush. They are a hybrid, of the other two main classes of cannabis, indica and sativa. Hybrids often provide a more balanced combination of indica and sativa's effects. Thanks for your time in attending the lecture, and I hope it was informative to you all. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Yes, sir. You have a question?
What is the next document that Zion Connection Production is producing?
The next document is titled Celestial Invasion.
Can you give a brief description of the document?
Celestial Invasion delves into the alien theory and the concept that aliens are responsible for creative acts on Earth. The document is highlighting that the alien theory is another satanic plot to misconduct and use people for his use. Yes, ma'am.
I would like to say that the document The Assumption of Principality was very informative. Here, can we find the documents online?
The documents can be found on YouTube. Type the title of the document, by Reuben Eyes. You will find both documents, along with MP3 audio reggae tracks, by the author Reuben Eyes. Thank you again for your participation. Zion Connection Production, the reality.